sun won't get rid of global warming. And all the fireflies are gonna die out. There's nothing we can do about it. Thanks, John. The upcoming Caleb card? Is that the one with his titties out with the apron? And he just got his nipples are just sticking out. Well, I saw a brief clip of it. I didn't know it was a new thing. Cause I haven't watched a lot of the memories yet. Thanks, Leah. Oh, and he had a bite mark on the titty. Yeah, he did. He had a bite mark on the titty. Silk Song expansion? I did not. Thanks, Bunny Bree. What drawing today? Well, first I have to design a long board that I'm gonna paint. Figured it'd be easier if I draw it digitally. Get a double whammy. Draw it and then paint it on. Thanks, Kibazis. No more free DLC, please. Get up, Team Sherry! I have money to give you! I didn't even finish yet. Look song. Yeah, I gotta go get some paint or something. I mean, I don't really know how to paint or physically paint, like whatever, but I don't give a hoot. I'll figure it out. Yeah, I was gonna use my projector to trace it, so I'll just design it first. Can he take his hands out of his pockets or no? Wood carving? I think for 3D, I'm more interested in polymer clay. Mega Scrafty. Need some pictures. Oh, he just kind of has his hands in his pockets. Hold on, I just gotta look at this. I need some screenshots. Or I guess I could go get one in game. I mean, I did make Fat Pikachu before. And then I threw him in the trash. Because his tail fell off. Thanks, Oats Randy. Bored of wakeboarding? Not unless he gives me his bubble meal. Which actually would be a fair trade. Scrafty. Why does Scrafty look like that? Wait, Scrafty Mega Dream. Oh wow! I didn't see this card. Is that a secret or something? This is one of the SARs. Okay, so his hands are always in his pockets. Okay, got it. Why am I drawing? Because it's a longboard design. I'm gonna paint it onto a longboard. He's just a punk kid. This is commission? No, I just wanted to paint it. And try physical painting. Cause I mentioned I wanted to paint longboard. Or paint on a board. I figured this would be a good time. So my friend got a longboard and I was like, I'll paint it. If you get me one. Damn, I want this Scrafty card. This one's so cool. Oh, there's a hole here. And he has... There's a hole at the back? I guess I can't see it, but... Yeah, he looks like a guy from Undertale. That's what I said. When I saw him, I was like, that's the Undertale kid. Scrafty longboarding on a longboard. Scrafty longboarding on a longboard. Oh, my alarm went off. Take a picture of someone riding this board. This way. I like what they did there. I don't think this will take that long. Because I don't think I can do anything too crazy with the colors. Does Scrafty ever smile? It's just an angsty teen. He looks like someone who shit their pants, yeah. And then he evolves to put his pants in his pockets. Scrafty he is a perfect longboarding subject. You know what a pants shitter would look like? No. I've never shat my pants. Contrary to what the streets say. The streets say things, okay? Don't believe them. Don't believe them. Okay, pant. Okay, he pant is separate? Okay, it looks like he pant is separate. And he pant goes... I'll go... Bit of a weird angle. A guy on the bus told you shit. I did not, so that guy's lying. That's fake news. Why am I always defending myself from panda shitting allegations? No? I wonder what his ankles look like. I wonder what his ankles look- I wonder what the ankles look like. Me when I'm a man from the 1800s. Gets defensive about shit allegations? I mean, I get defensive when people say I've killed people, because I've never killed anybody either. I've never killed anybody. PR train, yeah. I've never killed anybody. I've killed animals. Like a mosquito and a fish. Is it this way or this way? Or this way. I use the tub a lot for someone who doesn't shower. I showered literally 3 times today. I showered 3 times. After killing a man? No. Every man who has hung out with me has lived. Physically. Mentally, I'm not too sure. I've never physically killed a man. This scary ass music is Pokemon? What is this? Versus Getsis. Scary. Sounds like it's saying guesses. Guesses. I need to play Pokemon DLC. I haven't looked at it yet. I've been gone. Black and white playthrough when I don't know. I kind of fucked myself with this 30-day drawing challenge. Because then after I finished drawing it, I feel like I used so much brain power processing that I'm like, I want to go to bed now. Good night. Yeah, life maxing. Been doing a lot of life maxing. Why Scratch? Yeah, he's fucking tough. He's very tough. He's just a skater boy. Scraggly. His name's not Scraggy, it's fucking Scrafty. It's like me calling the Buffalo Pokemon Buffalo and then nobody corrected me. And I'm pretty sure I've just called this guy like Scraggly every time. It's Scraggly. Close enough. Bussyland. Bussyland. Also, I'm doing Secret Santa with my friends. Yippee! Oh my god, and then I get to cat sit my friends' 2 orange kitties. Yay! Getting to hang out with cats without having to actually get cats myself. I don't want to deal with all the hair. Take pictures of the orange kitties? Okay. I will take a picture of the orange kitties. Why is the canvas so tall? Because this is gonna- I'm painting this after I design it on this. Fucking hell. Oh shit. It's fine. It's not supposed to be a board to be used anyways. I think it's just a decorative board. Oh, I don't know if I mean, I can ask somebody to teach me how to longboard. Because they know how. Yeah, I can try longboarding. I'm down to give it a sniff. Would it teach me if I paint it? I mean, I might have asked that, but I think they would teach me anyways. And then I'm gonna start going bouldering regularly. I just did back yesterday. Am I trying to be Kelly? I wish. Kelly is the final evolution form that I wish I could be. Should be like, hey girl, wanna get coffer? Everybody should aspire to be Kelly. He aspired to be like Will Neff. I remember the last conversation I heard Will Neff say was how he said he had copious brain damage from his youth. Imagine if he didn't have brain damage. He would be even stronger. Oh, I'm doing kickboxing on Thursday. With Cyan and Andrew. Is Andrew just practicing physical? I guess so. It seems like, I mean, he's like an MMA fighter. Like, amateur one. Not like super veteran, but he's done 2 fights. Like actual MMA fights. Which is pretty crazy. I love multi-classing friends. He has cauliflower? Oh, does he? I didn't notice. I'll ask him if he has it. Thanks, Techlu. Well, some side quests, some multi-classes, you gotta like slowly grind because you don't have time to grind it, so you just like passively grind it, like bouldering, just go like once every other week or so. And then in a year, you'll probably be nuts, you know? Grappler's ear? Gamifying life, yeah. Is he doing he's doing a crazy kick here. I should paint. I definitely. Okay, I already know I'm gonna enjoy doing this so much. New skill unlock, longboard painting. Oh boy. Valorant singer? Dude, one of my favorite songs wasn't there a Valorant singer that sang for Arcane? Well, I guess Arcane's Riot related. So Riot singer. Hello, Eric. There was the Riot singer for Arcane. My favorite song was "Remember Me" by David. Boom. Dead body found in trunk. Is that the daph effect? Remember when I would play that song all the time? I was like, this is my favorite song, guys. Remember me, remember me. I don't want to remember me. I'm playing my Contissima song. What was that song about? You know, Arcane soundtrack was like me when I was born really poor and I had to fight to become rich. I was born poor and now I'm rich. How did I become rich? My family is all dead. And then it shows a picture of all your family dying. And now I'm rich. That's how Arcane songwriting went. I'm gonna go listen to my cunty music. I like this one. I heard Cyan was playing this in the car and I was like, what song is this? It sounds slutty. He loves the game. My lips reflect off his cross-gold chain. I like the way he's telling me my ass looks good in these ripped blue jeans. My cheeks are red like cherries in the spring. Body's a work of art. This is ultimate minge music. I update it regularly, by the way, or like I add stuff. What's up, Diet Pepsi? In your car, baby. In the backseat. Say you love me. Oh, he's so tough. He looks tough. Sabrina Carpenter? Not the new stuff. I haven't kept up. Say you love, say you love, say you love me. In the backseat. Oh, he's tough. And then I read 2 of my magazines that has been on the back burner. And it was very enlightening. I enjoyed it. I feel like I'm learning a lot. Oh yeah, I know Man-Child. No, I made him too frowny. Is it about having sex in the back of the car? Probably. I also like this song. I know I'm late to the train though. I have a feeling I'd be really good at K-pop dancing. Probably because of my trainee days.
Just like the summer under the covers, me in the middle, overprotective of my lover. You made me wonder, like, ooh, if you knew that this fantasy's come true, what would you do? Yeah, ooh, you can have anyone else you wanna do, but I'm begging you. Hands up, Gabriella, Gabriella, hands up, Gabriella, la la. Back off on my fella, Gabriella, back off, Gabriella, la la. 'Cause ooh, you can have it.
Aren't I the girl they call the Blackpink auditionee reject? Just the Blackpink reject, yeah. Which is the highest compliment I have ever gotten in my life. As a fucking socially inept loser that had no skill living a sedentary life. Thank you so much. Every time I need a boost in confidence, I remember, I think back to the time people actually believed I was a K-pop trainee. I'm that bitch.
Gabriella, hands off, Gabriella, la la. Back off on my fella, Gabriella, back off, Gabriella, la la.
Oh, I need to ask painting people, do I need like a base, primer, and then like a varnish? I don't know how this shit works. for like when I paint on the board. On wood? Yeah. I mean, it's on a long board, so I think the wood is technically probably already prepped, right?
Kissing and hope they cut us, whether they like or not. I wanna show you up, I wanna show you up, I wanna brag about it, I wanna tie the knot, I wanna show you up.
How to paint on a longboard. Apply a primer. Paint primer for acrylic. Oh, gesso?
9:30? I'll see you there. No, you hang up. You hang up. Something different about you. Love it when you hit and smack too. Baby, let me lick on your tattoos. That's
One coat? Ooh, wait, this is not okay. Acrylic. And then how do you like finish it? Finishing acrylic painting varnish. Isolation coat? What the fuck is an isolation coat?
Boys be mad that I don't fuck incels. Girls hate too. Gun to the pigtail. I love you. I want a big chill. Boy, don't trip. I'll split a big bill. Take you around the world. They don't have to understand.
If the varnish has to be removed, the paint won't be. Oh my god. Okay, isolation coat for acrylic. I have to sand it? Do I have to? I don't want to sand it. Acrylic varnish. Oh, do I want gloss or satin? I'm gonna go for the gloss. And then now I need acrylic. I need paint. Oh my god, I need so much paint. I'm gonna sniff old of it, yeah. Love it when they honk honk on the street. Remember when someone honked when I was walking, someone was like, "Daph is awesome." I got street cred. You're capping so hard. You just cap so hard. This looks tough. This is tough. My foot went numb. Oh jeez. My poop stool arrived. Impressed? Oh my god, you know what made me really happy? When I was talking about the mosquito spray, the Repel 100, and someone was like, yeah, I got it after you recommended it, and it worked really well. And then another person was like, oh my god, thanks for telling me about the disposable toilet brushes. I got those after you mentioned it, and they worked real well. I was like, this is the best, like, chat interaction thing ever. It's like random household objects that people just are be using. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, the disposable toilet brush, dude. I actually don't need this to be that clean because I have to do it myself anyways. Canadian Impreg show? No. The what? You've been tricked too many times. People who say get something and it freaking sucks. Yeah, I didn't know that people are allowed to lie on the internet. When they recommend the product but they're secretly sponsored but they don't disclose that they're sponsored. I thought like that's not allowed, but people still do it. What the fuck? That's not okay. Why I oughta? Yeah, that's not cool, man. What the hell? What are these strings? I'm not sure, he just has like weird dangly bits. Yeah, where's the hashtag ad? They are freaking lying. Excuse me. Spaghetti? I don't have spaghetti. That's sick. That's good. And then it's got a back. He does. He has a tail. Will I learn voguing? Isn't that when you go like? Isn't that when you go like? My legs are sore when they go like. Is that not voguing? It is! It's not okay, I know what Russian dance you're thinking of, but it's like, hold on, let me voguing. Oh, okay, it's really hard. I can't. It's too fast. It's so fast. Okay, out, in, out, in, out. Yeah, they did the squatting. So out, out, in, out, up. So I think that's it, right? This guy's really good at it. Wait, I saw a meme edit of this. Oh, this was what I saw. That was like me when I played the dancer class in some MMO. Was it Final Fantasy or something? And I have to buff my teammates, and then they put like a bunch of skill icons as he was doing flares. Yeah. I can't even walk in heels because my legs are fucked up. There it is! See, I can dance. I learned that so fast. Now I just have to add squatting. And learn how to do the splits. Which I'm working on. I'm working on it. I want to learn how to do the splits. What is it? I wish this was more zoomed in. This needs to be more zoomed in. I have to practice. Okay, so you do. Out, cross, in, up. Out, cross, in, up. Out, cross, in, up. Yeah. I'm multi-classing too much, too close to the sun. Wait, but then, how do they do like the? How do they add squats to it? That's crazy. I might go psychotic. Oh yeah, I mentioned this in Hoon's chat, but I had a bad dream I woke up from. And it was, I tried to log in my Switch, and then it didn't let me turn on my Switch and said I was permanently banned and my account was closed. Because Nintendo found out I did tax evasion. And John Nintendo permanently banned me from all Nintendo services. I've never done tax evasion, for the record. I've never tax evaded. Why did I dream of it? I mean, I dreamt of Moon. I dreamt of avoiding the puddle. That doesn't mean anything. Sometimes my brain just sees things. Who up evading their taxes? Not me! Not me! Not me! Not me! Is the FBI watching? Okay, this song is called Magician by Lexi Liu. You're welcome. This intro is fucking nuts. No. I think this is a League of Legends anthem. All I wanna do is run it down, down. It's very Chinese. Very Chinese. Well, this is my Minge playlist. It's where I have a collection of pussy pop. I don't want this sticking out this way, it's too awkward. And this way I can make it stick this way. And then... too wrinkly. Yeah, you can take all the pussy. You can take as much minge as you would like from that playlist. It's a good collection. Oh, very pussy. Oh, so it's so vagina. Oh, so clitoris. It's very clitoral.
It's so confusing sometimes to be a girl. How do you feel being a girl? How do you feel being a girl? And I don't know, I'm just a girl. Yeah, I don't know if you like me. Sometimes I think you might hate me. Sometimes
This is so Majora Labia.
be me. You always say let's go out, so we go eat at a restaurant. Sometimes it feels a bit awkward because we don't have much in common. People say we're alike, they say we've got the same hair. We talk about making music, but I don't know if it's honest. Can't tell if you wanna see me falling over and failing, and you can't tell what you're feeling. I think I know how you feel. It's so confusing sometimes to be a
Apple Play, let's go. Ooh. Okay, so I think it's just his hair here.
How do you feel being a girl? How do you feel being a girl? And I don't know, I'm just a girl. Well, honestly, I was speechless when I woke up to your voice. Now you told me how you
Yeah, listening to the playlist while you drive will make you feel like the bitch. You will feel like you will be her listening to this.
tried to stop myself then, and then I gained all the way back. I was trapped in hatred, and your life seemed so awesome. I never thought.
I actually do have a penis playlist. It's filled with music like this. I'm so glad you asked. I'm going back to my... I'm going back to the girl, though. I need to finish that song. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? There it is. The they, them playlist. That would just be this.
Well, honestly, I was speechless when I woke up to your voice. Now you told me how you've been feeling. Let's work it out on the remix. You always say let's go out, but then I'd cancel last minute. I was so lost in my head and scared to be in the pictures. For the last couple years, I've been at war in my body. I tried to starve myself thinner, and then I gained all the way back. I was trapped in the hatred, and your life seemed so awesome. I never thought for a second my voice was in your head. Girl, you walk like a bitch. When I was 10, someone said that, and it's just self-defense until you're building a weapon. She believed my protection, and now I totally get it. Forgot that inside that icon, there's still a young girl from Essex. People say we're alike, they say we've got the same hair. It's you and me on the coin. The industry loves to spend, and when we put this to bed, the internet will go crazy. I'm glad I know how you feel, cause I ride for you, child. It's so confusing sometimes.
I gotta x-ray this.
It's so confusing sometimes to be a girl.
I know Lord. I mean, Lord has always been very good at writing. It's self-defense now until you're wielding a weapon. I was like, I was gagged. Oh my.
You know I ride for you too.
Oh, he's tough. Yeah. Arca Marine. What is song? Arca Marine. It's a remix. Ooh, I like that curve. Oh, I watched the movie together. I liked it. That was a good movie. I mean, it also has body horror, which I love. You know, I love that freaky shit. The one with Dave Franco and Allison Brie. Next Evolution have a shirt? No. The Substance? Of course I've seen The Substance. I was on the Substance train before everybody else was like, oh my god. It's chronicled. You can find the exact time of when I was like, guys, go watch The Substance. It was amazing. Dive into me. I'm not hiding anymore. Oh, his tail is out. Oh, he's got his tail Lissy out. Okay. Yeah, I was like, guys, go watch Substance. It was freaking awesome. But I liked, yeah, so I liked Together. Together is not as good as Substance, but it's also a bit different. Because it's about a couple. $20 to rent on Amazon? That's fucking expensing. What the fuck? He just has hair sticking out the back? He does have hair sticking out. His hair's not visible elsewhere. Mega Scrafty.
Mega Scrafty is just wearing clothes. Yeah, I cannot find the difference here between normal Scrafty and its Mega, except for it's now wearing.
I'm trying to find a video where it shows his model. Oh, his hood can come off. So he does have this thing. I think, okay, so this short that I just opened that's rating Mega Scrafty gives it a 5 out of 10. I think some people seem to think that the more intricate a design is, the better the Mega Evolution. Which I think is just not a good metric because, well, like how dramatic the change is. Because when you over-design pretty much every Mega Evolution Pokemon, you end up with gen shitification. What I mean by Genshitification is if you look at all the Genshin characters in a collage, like you look at it all of them in a grid format, they all start to look the same because all of the detailing and the amount of detailing is at the same level, which is a lot. It's a lot of detailing. They start to all look the same, which is why they did a really good job with Mega Starmie, because it just stands out on its own. It's very unique and it's simple. And I think some people don't understand that there is value in simple designs. People seem to think that like the more detail you add something, the better the design is, but it's just, it starts to all look the same. You can't do that. They want like every Mega Evolution to be fucking insane or something. Yeah, gacha is known for over the top, but I use it as an example because it starts to look all samey. Was the point I was making. If you constantly chase the over the top designing in character design, it will all start to look the same. Instead of using like memorable silhouettes. Shorts, one thigh high sock, belt with weird attachments, like where they have like a longer cape at the back, or like a certain like the tail tailoring. I mean, you see the people making that same mistake in VTubers. More detailing doesn't mean it's better. A recognizable silhouette will go a much longer way. Boy, let me know. My favorite Mega? I have to look. I mean, I think Mega Pig Knight is pretty cool. With more detail, yeah, I agree. That's why Mega Starmie is such a great design. It's genius. Mega Absol? What's Mega Absol Z? Yeah, I mean, Absol is just a My Little Pony. That's, Get it. Joyride. I mean, you can show. It's very impressive to be able to do that, actually. It's very impressive. Scrafty on a longboard, painted on a longboard. Yeah. Thanks, Trader Gabe's and Flan Pen. Mega. Oh yeah, Mega Lucar. Wait, Mega Lucario Z? Oh wait! What the fuck is a Z? Oh, this is the Miku thing. Oh my god, I forgot I spent $600 on anime figurines. I need to set up my rug store, man. I gotta set up the craft store. Oh jeez, I gotta start making my money back. Oh jeez. Oh, I'm killing myself. Well, this artist I follow, Rosuri, posted her pre-order figurines, and I was like, oh my god, cute! So then I went on the website, and then I got distracted by like 2 Miku figurines, and then I was like, add to cart, add to cart. Let me find the ones I got. I think it's in my email. Let me find. Yeah, from Ami Ami. Wait, in existing orders. Order history. Let me show you the ones that I got. Okay, so I got this one. And this one. And and oh my, then this one, it looks so pretty. This is crazy. These are the 3 I got. Now I need like a little glass display. They're $200 each, pretty much. But I have such a soft spot for blue and purples. Yeah, they're all pre-order. Honey, I need the pin to our life savings. New Miku statue just dropped, please. Please. Outlaw leg. I like this effect they have. Rent $3. Food $2. Yarn and figurines $7,000. Can somebody please help me budget, please? I think you should spend less on yarn. Fuck you. I think you should spend less on yarn. This is a longboard design, by the way. I'm gonna paint this on a longboard, physically, with acrylic. Because I want to try something. Maybe just Sharpieing the outline would be better, so I paint it first and then Sharpie. Because I don't think I'm gonna... I think it's gonna be... I'm gonna cell shade it. That might be best. Wood laser art? Looks like shit. Oh my god! I was hanging out with someone and they almost bought like the lasered longboard on like a random street stand, and I was like, okay, none of these designs are designed by them. You can tell because the art style is wildly inconsistent. And I was like, there's no way you're about to drop like 70 bucks on this. Let me paint you one. Let me do- I can do you one better. The answer is not- no, I wish the answer was 19 out of 30. Fuck. I said I was gonna draw every day for 30 days. I didn't draw yesterday because I was busy, so I have to do 2 today. So that means it's the 9th and 10th I'm doing. Bitch, I wish it was 19 out of 30. Yeah, your flat color drawing looks boring. Boom. Add some thickness to the lines. Give it that thick pussy outline. Now it's pop art. Picture of you is so magical. So fantastical. Na 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 na. Not sure what it means. To this day, I still have never had. I have still never been impressed by a man who ate pussy. I'm starting to think that it just doesn't work. They do not eat pussy goog. I will stop until the boy is mine. I think it is hyped up. But also everybody responds differently. But I also just don't think it's that good. Was I communicative? Yeah, it's just like it's just not that interesting. I think some pussies just don't work. Feel the same with rim jobs so far. I'm your biggest fan, I'll follow you until you love me. Who's been hyping rim jobs? I don't know. Jiffy Lube? Look at the thick lines. It looks so much cooler. But then now the inner part's a bit thin, so I'm gonna make it thicker also. This is the hey 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 song. It makes me giggle every time I hear it because I see it in my head. The what? The hey 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 song. This is, and I see every time I see this in my head every time I hear the song. Cause that emote's called hey 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 hey. More here. Yeah, this is all certified minge. Personally selected by yours truly. Okay. I'll taper this. Most of the songs in this playlist makes you want to pop pussy. Which is good. Maybe I should do 2 long boards. I could paint, ooh, I could paint a bunch of long boards. Hanging up at that one card shop I always go to. 'Cause I wanted to make them something. Little bubble gum pop pop.
I sit on the corner and shook my shit. Now I'm gonna give y'all another hit.
And I just put my drink down. Fuck that hoe, fuck that bitches, fuck that hoe to the
Board
condoms,
art
say,
prints?
y'all hoes think run this shit.
I mean, I'm only gonna make one,
designer,
like,
say
board.
Gucci,
I also-
print.
oh, shipping boards would be
Condo,
so
big
hard.
Gucci,
What if they
big
snap?
Dun,
I'd cry.
Tokyo, Honda drip. Niggas tweaking, hoes is geeking, pussy popping, dope.
Rugs are easy to ship.
New vagina, push back, but I'm still gon' get that. Labels quaking, hoes is pissed, they mistaken. I'm that bitch, wrist they frozen, cue the Trojans. Let's go, I'ma get.
Boom boom bitch, you dead to me, dead to me.
A sticker print? No, I want to paint it!
Unfazed, unbothered, unfuckwittable bitch, why bother? I'm that bitch, I'm that bitch, I'm that bitch. and
You're a
you
mailman, you
bitch,
snapper, bored to shit, but no!
Tight me, bitch, crocodile Birkin might bite a bitch. Can't hang with a hoe if I don't like the bitch. Fuck these niggas and these bitches. I come through and it be crickets. I come through and moves be switching. I'm the problem, I'm the villain. I don't see these hoes and these rickshaws throwing dirt on my name and he gon' hit still. Pussy ass hoes know who to play with, and these pussy niggas know who to play with.
Oh my god, I just saw this post. Someone's Steam Deck got stolen twice from their porch. Bro, that sucks. Twice, yeah. Hello? There's a porch pirate. Should have put some perspective lines. For the longest time, I thought that lyric was Archive Tom Ford. Oh, it is! Did I get gaslit? Oh, I got gaslit. Somebody changed the lyrics. It used to say, all I came to come forth. I was like, there's no way. It has to be Archive Tom Ford. What the fuck? Where did I can't catch me? Dude, I swear someone changed it. It was not. I was like, are you sure it's all I gave to come forth? I was like, that doesn't seem right. That's crazy. Somebody fucking changed it. Ain't no way. Cause I remember I was like, that's not right. It has to be Archive Tom Ford. Whatever, man. Yeah, except the Judge Judy incident got proven to be true. Also, my friend was like, hey, you do have a really weirdly good memory, because he would tell me like some random lore about a friend that I've never met. And I'll be like, yeah, that's the friend that did this XYZ. And he's like, I don't even remember that. I was like, cause you told me. And I remember all their names. And then he said that if he ever got in an argument with me, he would immediately apologize. I was like, good, know your place. He said getting in an argument with me would be the worst thing ever. Yeah, I have photographic memory. I'm gonna skip this one. I like this song. Actually, I'm gonna redo this. Oh, that looks so cool. I mean, I don't remember what my name is, but I remember you're a bitch, Brenda. And it's because of this, this, and this. There we go. Things green jello. Do I still use Blender? No, I just use the perspective ruler. This one.
I told you men I was gonna quit and you tried to get rid of me? Oi, mate! I'm pegging that man at the back of the bus. Feeling like 3-6 Mafia, I'm gonna fill up his nose with dust. These niggas are always talking, tell them niggas I don't give a fuck. I got an Asian youth from West, trying to pick me up in a Lambo truck. I told that man that I love short men because I wanted to use him. I'm putting these niggas in debt, if I get his wallets, I'm gonna abuse it. Just got a triangle strip last week, now I'm out here looking like Phineas.
What Pokemon packs? I think Black Bolt, White Flare has really good art.
I got him bending his bum like spice in the back of the van where they stop and search. These men wanna act like a beast.
It's one of my
So I
favorites.
put these men in a cage. I made a call now 2 days later, my niggas are busting all over his face. I don't give a fuck. Shut the fuck up. Get on your knees and grease my feet. He wouldn't break. I've been riding his face 6 hours. He told me to squirt in his mouth, so I gave him a golden shower. Just got the whole bed creaking, the way my ass clap, you think it's a choir. I got him 6 feet deep like Kevin, and I ain't leaving that bitch no flowers. These fathers always complaining, saying that my music is bad for the kids. Someone tell their pappy that China said that she don't give a shit. I'll walk these men like a dog, it's only gonna work if I make him a bitch. And I'm putting him back in the cage if his dick ain't long like Natalie's chin. He said that he's got a big dick, but he's scooping it up in his hands. I told him to put that shrimp back in his fucking pants. And he said it was big, this is the shit that gets me mad. They said I'm a masculine bitch, cause these little niggas ain't really a man. Your community don't even like ya, all of these bitches wanna me see. They see that I done front cover, not all of these bitches wanna be me. Your fans are allergic to streaming, I checked those streams and they went down for 1,000 monthly listeners, bitch, put that shit on the floor. I'm pegging that man at the back of the bus. Feeling like 3-6 Mafia, I'm gonna fill up his nose with dust. These niggas are always talking, tell them niggas I don't give a fuck. I got an Asian youth from West, trying to pick me up in a Lambo truck. I told that man that I love short men because I wanted to use him. I'm putting these
My
niggas
chair
in debt,
is
if I
starting
get
to
his
fart a
wallets,
lot
I'm gonna abuse it.
when I
Just got
lean
a
back,
triangle
which is
strip
kind of
last week, now I'm
annoying.
out here looking like Phineas. I left that nigga on red, he ain't gonna fuck me and that's on period.
The chair? Yeah, the chair. Yeah. Hear it? Oh, you can't hear it. Yeah, dude, I'm designing a longboard. I'm gonna paint this. I'm gonna paint this onto a longboard. More side quests. More multi-classing. I wouldn't want to paint a longboard because the guy I'm talking to longboards, and then he was about to buy one of those like laser engraved stolen design street vendor boards, and I was like, don't buy that, I can make you a better one. And I was like, wait, I could just paint longboards. Oh, I'm not doing this for him, I'm doing this purely for myself, just to see if I can. And to test my physical painting skill. I don't gaff him. But I will give him an apron and ask him specifically to only wear the apron naked. Like the new Caleb in memory. Look at this, it's me. I wish. So this is Caleb and Silas. Braless man making bento boxes? I gotta go back to the gun range. I need to go back to the gun range.
Plug it in and turn me on. Maybe you could sing along. Triple platinum when we on. Let me get inside your mind. And we play it every night. Don't you love it when I spin that shit out? On the radio, you already know. Spin me like a record, baby, let me let go. On the radio, you already
I want to try the pistol, like shooting the paper thing.
that shit out.
We did skeet shooting. Do you let you? Yeah, I think they let you go alone. Why? You don't need a partner if you know how to shoot. I would be so pissed if I worked at a gun range and I had to deal with someone doing a sewer slide. I'd be like, bro, what the fuck? Now I have to clean it. Even when I was suicidal, I tried to find a place to kill myself where I wouldn't inconvenience someone else. Just saying. I was literally there, okay? They had to call the cops. I'm just saying, like, be a little considerate. Let's be thoughtful. I'm gonna have to mix these colors if I don't have it, huh? Yeah, he's freaking shredding. Well, this will be easier to get colors. For sure, compared to yarn. Yeah, bright. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think I have to mix it for sure. It should be a lot easier than sourcing yarn. I should probably stay away from gradients though. make it brighter. I get so gay off that tequila.
I'm freezing outside. I feel my skin tight. My coat is inside, but I look up at you. I tracked your plane ride for when you're in tonight. Tell me when is the next time I'll run into you? It sounds insane, right? I'll take the same flight. Wait at your bedside. I'll land right next to you. I'm going stateside. Where I'll see you tonight. Tell me how did a girl like me get into you? You can be my American.
And then I gotta add the squatting.
I'm freezing outside. I feel my skin tight. My coat is inside, but I look up at you. I tracked your plane ride for when you're. Tell me when is the next time I'll run into you?
I really like the stateside remix with Zara. I like this one.
I'm freezing outside. I feel my skin tight. My coat is inside, but I look up
I like
at
both.
you. I tracked your plane ride for when you're in tonight. Tell me when is the next time I'll run into you? It sounds insane, right? I'll take the same flight. Wait at your bedside. I'll land right next to you. I'm going stateside, but I'll see you tonight. Tell me how did a girl like me get into you? You can be my American. Is it right? I don't know. Yeah, you're taking my control. Never been abroad before, but I'm knocking through your door. But you're nice, so I stay. Never met a British girl, you say. No one treats me this way. All the boys out here the same. What can I say? What can I do?
No.
I'm trying to be the
It's like when an angel loses their wings.
Swedish boy over FaceTime. Oh no, opening up would make me a headline. Boots, that's my ego boost. Schedule ain't been loose for a minute. Yeah, I'm that girl I've been in.
How many days need to plant a sunflower for?
met a Swedish girl, you say. No one treats me this way. Are all boys I hear the same?
I never shit myself on stream because I would just go take a shit. I would just go take a shit. I have never been afraid to take a shit.
When you be crying out when I'm corseted, I don't think you gon' make it. Do not let me start raging. I'm losing my patience. This ain't staying in Vegas. There's more sides to the story, I'ma tell everybody. Had your ass in courtside with your arm around me. Had your ass in first class with your burnt ass out in Abu Dhabi. Could've been what we should've been, but you lost it, bet now you got it from me. Find a seat, I ain't playing this hide and seek. I'm a bad bitch, but dog player, I get it. Fraud player, I get it. You want it, I get it. You needed someone that could prove you wrong, so I reckon you leave all of your problems at the door to my city. You gon' need to tell my brothers where you from, and I admit it. I still got empathy, and you gon' feel it for 2 weeks when I release you in them streets and keep my meaning discreet. Keep the cleaning, my Jeep and put that Yeezy in your teeth. Let my deeds off they leashes if you even think to speak. I'ma give a whole new meaning when you said you live in a dream. We could keep it sleeping, you gon' laugh at all your G's. Count them sheep. Time by Z, R.I.P.
This is tough, right? This is street cred. This is street cred.
Do you wanna listen to it? I've never been to London. And that's the truth.
My chair keeps farting. It's annoying me.
But I'd go with you. I've never been to London.
It was. I would be fucking gagging and throwing up if I was farting. Trust me, and I would tell you how bad it smells.
But I'd go with you. Do you wanna listen to it? We can.
It's not me.
You can go to London, we inside of you. I've never been to London. London, but I'd go with you, 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 go with you.
Too purpley.
Go with you, go with you, go with you.
I'll get the purple for the warm areas though.
Go with you, go with you, go with you. We can.
His stomach makes a tie pattern. Scrafty would be a Valorant e-boy. Scraggly, what I keep calling him.
I've never been to. I've never been to.
Yeah,
Do you wanna
boarding.
listen to it? We can do that if you want.
Immaterial girls. Immaterial girls. Immaterial girls. Immaterial girls. I like my room lights. I will be adding that. I a different color though. What's up? It's Immaterial Girls. Immaterial, actually.
Always the same and never the same. Day by day, life after life. Without my legs or my hair, without my jeans or my blood, with no name and with no type of story. Where do I live? Tell me, where do I exist?
Probably gonna change it to blue. Yeah.
I was just a lonely girl in the eyes of my inner child. I could be anything I want, and no matter where I go, you'll always be here in my heart, here in my heart, here in my heart. I don't even have to explain, just leave me alone now. I can't be held down. I can't be held down. I could be anything I want. I could be anything I want. Anyhow, any place, anywhere, anyone, any form, any shape, any way, anything, immaterial, immaterial, immaterial boys, immaterial girls, immaterial, immaterial.
Someone said to me, Sophie would have loved your goofy ass, and I was like, that's the highest compliment I could ever get. Actually, that's pretty up there with someone commenting, I can't even tell if you're a girl or a boy. Oh my god, thank you so much.
Baby, I'm just trying to play cool, but I just can't hide that I want you. Wait a minute, 이게 뭐지? 내 심장이 울렸다. 자꾸만 뛰어, 저 멀리서도 oh my gosh, 그런 생각이야. My crush, 저는 얘처럼 그렇게 앉아서 기댄 것만 같지만 네 모든 게 내 맘에 달라붙어 버려, boy. demonetized 인정할게.
Let's try this color.
This time I want
No.
like it's magnetic.
No.
Super equilibrium. Like it's magnetic.
I think I like the yellow the most. I'll give the yellow.
Like it's magnetic. Baby, don't say no. 진짜 take the our time.
Thanks Lakesworth and Corundum.
애소한 극이지만 그래서 끌리지. 내가 만들어 green light. 여잔 배짱이지. So let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. 숨기고 싶지 않아 자석같은 my heart. 내 맘에 끌린 대로 너를 향해 갈게, boy. We make
Is there's like white Sharpies, right? Wouldn't that be cool?
this time I want like it's
What am I thinking?
super equilibrium. Like it's magnetic. Super equilibrium. Push and pull 전속력으로
I know there's silver ones.
Our chemistry 난 과몰입해. Baby, you're my crush, you're my crush.
Oh, no, no, no.
내게 집중 후회는 안 할래. 시간은 never holding back. 직진해, yeah. This time I want like it's magnetic. Super equilibrium. Like it's magnetic. Super equilibrium. Like it's magnetic.
I don't like that tangent.
Baby, don't say no. Speaking to me
It's better.
like silky sheets, figures in the dark, two heartbeats. Basically, a god, you pray to me. Whisper in the dark, you want me. It's a look, it's a touch, it's a dangerous kind of crush. Say it once, say it twice, come and say it another time. Yes, baby, yes, baby, yes, yes. Yes, baby, yes, yes, baby, yes, yes, baby, yes, baby, yes, yes, baby, yes, yes, baby, yes, baby, yes, yes, baby.
This isn't holiday music. I honestly forgot it was December.
So put the work in, cut your teeth. Don't you wanna hear me say it? It's the least you could do for me. I just wanna hear you say it.
They wrote an article on gooning. I haven't gone to it because I'm a couple editions behind. But they gave a lot of insight on the parallels of culture and fashion. Something that, I mean, I think I've talked about it also. They also talk about self-expression and identity and what it means. I was like, oh my god, you really, if you ponder hard enough, you arrive at the same conclusion as everybody else that ponder. Yes, baby, yes, yes, baby, yes, yes.
Yes, baby, yes, yes, baby, yes, yes, baby, 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 yes, baby. So put the work in, cut
see. It's only not to. Yeah, it is important to ingest independent media and art, but also, I think how it goes of like the best way to look for sources of inspiration in art, it goes like I think like surface level would be like TikTok, YouTube, shorts, trends, and then it goes to like specific content creators, and then it goes to like books, magazines, or like movies or shows, and then it goes to indie media, which could be like really smaller books. I think if people who are only stuck here for fashion inspo or like pop culture or whatever tend to fall for trends and don't really have a sense of style the way people who look at these do. Because it's spoon-fed. I'm too lazy to get into it right now, I'm gonna be honest. Cause I gotta finish this. That's good. Let me read. Shh. Let me read. I took excerpts. Let me find it. It was a good quote. I think I might have written it down instead. Identity is not inherent, it is shaped by circumstance and sensitivity and resistance to self-pity by West in The Wedding. I guess that's a little more related to identity of self than following trends. But then also, fashion is truly fashion when it inspires us to be more authentically ourselves rather than some prescribed version. And what TikTok and fast fashion and trends and basically like things that go viral do is they prescribe you an aesthetic or a vibe that is more generally appealing and sellable. For example, the whole bows. Everybody and their mom started doing ribbons and bows. However, like the good thing is like, oh, it made people who were interested in bows have like a lot more stuff to do. But at the same time, it absolutely exploded in popularity because it was like the whole girly pop movement. And then you had brands like Simone Rocha and Sandy Liang that had their whole brand identity built around the bow stuff. And then you can see that other brands, other high fashion brands started doing the same. They were incorporating ribbons and bows that they had no reason to other than the fact that it was a trend. So when I see high fashion brands do that, like for example Louis Vuitton, Gucci or whatever, they don't generally have as much of a brand identity as something as Sandy Liang or Simone Rocha, because Simone Rocha and Sandy Liang is made with the premise and intention of being a visit to a girl's youth and that kind of femininity. However, when Louis Vuitton does ribbons and bows, it's not really, that's not like, there's no intention behind it other than to just hop on a trend. So when bows and ribbons exploded in popularity, while yes, it became more accessible to people, who were like, oh my god, this is so cute, like I want to have bows too. But do you actually like bows because you like revisiting that youthful femininity, or do you like it because everybody else likes it? And the problem is a lot of people that are fed these kind of trends don't know whether or not they genuinely like it or it's a trend. And how you can tell whether or not you actually like it is, are you still wearing it and decorating parts of yourself and incorporating it into your style a year later? Most people are not. And you can tell because Acne Studios, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, not so much, I think Miu Miu is fine. Miu Miu has always been kind of the same vibe. They all dropped it. They stopped doing bows. They stopped doing ribbons because they're like, oh, it's not trendy anymore. Like, toodles. So when that's not trending anymore, are people who did jump on the bow trends, did they still stay on it or did they leave? Most of them left. So when brands are able to sell you something that you think you like, what do you think that means for consumerism? It means that you're easily influenced by what people tell you should be popular. And if what people tell you should be popular makes it popular, then how much of an identity do you have that is built from your individual experiences? A lot less. Yeah, so that's why it's really important to get inspiration when it comes to fashion and art from sources that are outside of what is going viral, because it gets really easily like spoon-fed to you, like, hey, this is popular because it's popular. Why is this popular and why do I like it? Because it's popular. And people don't really ask a deeper question of why do I like this? Which is why art with intention has so much more meaning to it than art without intention. If you look at a Labubu and you ask yourself, do I like this? And there were people that really liked Labubus before Labubus became super duper popular. It's because they had this shit-eating grin and they looked like devious, you know, silly. But then as it became really popular, how many people, if you ask, do you like Labubus because they're like cute looking or do you like it because it's popular? Most people would say that, oh, they like it because it's cute and popular. But how many people would actually be able to admit that they only like it because it's popular? But they don't even realize that because they might have convinced themselves like, no, I don't like it only because it's popular. But if it was never popular to begin with, would they still like it? Probably not. There's a big population of people that have deluded themselves into thinking that they do like this specific thing, not because only of its popularity, but because they convince themselves that there's more to it than its popularity. So, that being said, like, it doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with engaging with, like, pop culture and what is viral, but it's important to build an identity where you're consuming things outside of what is being fed to you through viral algorithms, because otherwise you're not really building an identity of self-expression through whether it's art, fashion, your hobbies, interests, because you like it, but because other people said you should like it, because other people like it, and a lot of other people like it. And that also happens to music. Like, it's music, everything. Everything that can relate to your personality. And that's why things that are made to mass appeal and general appeal, to me, are a lot less, interesting in a way, because I find that stories that are told to, like, a specific audience with specific intention is a lot more curated. Unfortunately, though, that also means that because it's less generally appealing, most people won't look into it as much. Like, for example, Death Stranding. Expedition 33 won Game of the Year, like, in, like, fucking every single category. But to me, Death Stranding, and what Death Stranding touches on in terms of humanity, existence, and the overall, like, theme of what it means to be human and what it means to have a soul is a lot deeper than what Expedition 33 explores. But because it's not told in an explicit way, in a very easily digestible manner, it's harder for people to engage with that because you have to actually think about it a little bit. It's like never explicitly stated what Death Stranding 1 was even about. Fatherhood is a central theme in what? Death Stranding? Death Stranding is way more than fatherhood. Death Stranding 1, I would say, is not about fatherhood. It can be, but I don't think fatherhood was the main theme. Death Stranding 1 was about humanity and what it means to connect with other people and why everything was about bridging and connectivity and the soul. Girl, yeah. I mean, people that say Death Stranding is a walking simulator, like seriously, I know there's people that say ironically, but they wouldn't really understand what Kojima was trying to say. Which ended up being explicitly stated in Death Stranding 2 because 1 was a little too vague for people, I think. It's not one of, but the entire premise. Yeah, fatherhood, like, you can argue, yeah, while there is some fatherhood aspects of it, but that's like saying, that's like saying Expedition 33 was about found family. It's like, well, yeah, but there's a better answer. Yeah, that's why they had to add Dollman in Death Stranding 2. It's like, oh, it was getting too convoluted. It's like, well, it wasn't that convoluted. I feel like it was pretty in your face about it. It's like what it means for people to have to seek dopamine by doing hand deliveries and human contact because everybody started not wanting to have babies because everybody was just very like monotonous. So yeah. What was my point? Why it's important to engage with things that are not just viral, and why it's important to be aware that you shouldn't build your personality off of following trends and what other people say are trendy. I had a friend who would often tell me, this was one of the things that I noticed was in our slight age gap. She would often be like, hey, I saw this perfume was really popular on TikTok. Hey, I saw this was really popular on Louis Vuitton. Hey, I saw this. Like, they were into fashion, but I think in a very surface level sense. And I was like, oh, there's a bit of a disconnect here because I don't, like, for me, I did not enjoy fashion, high fashion specifically, just because it was popular. There needs to be intention behind what the themes and motifs are. Current fashion trend I fuck with. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what the trend is. I straight up do not know. I know there was like Office Siren a year ago and like red pumps, and that was kind of it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't actually know what's trending at the moment. The way trends nowadays is appreciated and robs aesthetics of different fashion culture and subcultures. Yeah. But also, it goes even deeper than that. The frustration of certain trends and cultures being fetishized for a very surface level, which, like, it doesn't mean that anybody that like does an emo dress up for fun is like insulting it in a way, but there is a perverse presentation of subcultures being used for trends and like TikTok going viral or whatever, and everybody's like, you know, like a performative goth or a performative emo or like a performative punk, you know, whatever. But where these cultures stem from is, for example, like the punk aesthetic. It comes from a rebellious source of not wanting to be controlled. It comes from people that are anti-establishment, that people that are not like they want to do their own shit, like kind of like anarchy kind of thing. So they started their own culture of misfits. You know, you think of like teenagers, you know, the people with mohawks that do spray tags. It comes from that. And then the reason why Taylor Swift's newest album, it just didn't hit the same as like if someone like Megan Thee Stallion was singing the same bars, was because she was emulating this culture of being a bad bitch when she had no street cred. So if she says something like, I swing my big dick on the table and argue with executives, it has a way less impactful manner than if someone like Megan Thee Stallion, who is a black rapper, a black female rapper, going in the face of executives who have historically like always scrutinized black women, especially in any kind of industry. And if she said something like that, it just hits a lot harder. So the intention and the culture of what somebody presents themselves as when there's a contrast of what they're trying to present themselves as and what they actually are, there's what's the term? There's like a disagreement there. It won't hit the same, and it'll just be cringy. Yeah, disconnect, basically. Yeah, and Megan got fucking shot. It's also the same with like Drake singing about, you know, growing up on the streets, that he was like super poor or whatever, versus someone like Kendrick who actually grew up poor as fuck and understood what the culture of growing up in that kind of neighborhood was like. When Drake like grew up in the suburbs, you know, like middle class suburbs, upper middle class suburbs. There's like a big dissonance, and then where there's kind of that big dissonance, that's where this frustration of people misusing culture comes from. And I'm not saying that it's like this is a Twitter accent, that like it has to necessarily be a bad thing when someone's experimenting with emo or whatever, but when you look at it from a consumerist standpoint, and like these people, because there are people, there's like people that use these trends for, you know, to try to like go viral, to try to like game the algorithm. It is performative and like a very disingenuous sense. So overall though, this really does have to do with capitalism. Because the only reason why you would want to present yourself in a way that is not genuine to who you are, and to borrow from another culture that you didn't grow up in, is because it presents yourself as more appealing for the masses. And you want to present yourself as more appealing for the masses because you want to, 1, be a content creator, 2, you're an entertainer, 3, you're an artist, and you want to have like better reach and be more likable and overall cool. Yeah. Of like wanting to be relatable to a certain crowd, yeah. And that's why it doesn't work. And like when you keep chasing these kinds of trends or keep following like a false sense of self, which you don't even realize is a false sense of self, is you'll end up having a very shaky self-identity. Because what happens when that's not trending anymore? Oh, now you're not, like, for example, you're not emo anymore, you're not like, or goth anymore, you're pink pastel girly. But you're only a pink pastel girly because now it's super trendy to have like bows and ribbons and all that. Yeah. That's why a lot of trends come from people who are broke. Yeah. There is a correlation between people who comes from marginalized communities, whether like people of color, immigrants, LGBT. They are kind of pushed aside from, you know, typical like conventional communities of just being like straight. And, you know, so they come together and they have a much more like diverse way of living, because they live differently from what is seen as conventional. And that's why gay people tell really good love stories, because gay love stories are not going to be the same regurgitated straight love story that has been told for the majority of our human existence in the lifetime, because most people are straight. So if most people are straight and most love stories are straight, a lot of the stories that are being told around that are going to be like much more overdone than somebody who has to go through a very unconventional gay romance, because being gay got you killed back in the day. So the experience that a gay person would go through to try to like find love is going to be vastly different from a straight person. So with that uncertainty and with that kind of like, because it diverges so much from an average person's life, the more divergence that you have in your life experiences, the more likely you are to create art that is more unique and more interesting, because you didn't grow up kind of just like following the typical average line, because you lived a typical average life. That's why gay people are such good artists. Or like, and why marginalized communities tell really good stories. It's just, it also just comes with like just being statistically weird. And the more weird you are, I find that you are able to explore that weirdness through self-expression in an artistic manner that is much more unconventionally interesting. What a tangent. What happened here? A time from experience? No. Not really. But, I mean, like, I'll just, like, give you a really quick example of what I mean is... If I told you the life story of a white ballerina who grew up from a rich family and went to private school and started learning ballet from a young age, and then she played Swan Lake. She played the lead in Swan Lake. And I just want you to imagine her life story. Just like fill in the blanks, okay? Now I tell you the life story of a black girl who became a ballerina and became the lead in Swan Lake and didn't grow up with that kind of experience. And she came from, like, for example, a poor neighborhood. Like, whose life would you be more interested in hearing about? I feel like that's a good example. Because I was thinking of Misty Copeland, because they mentioned her in the magazine, and they, when she started her ballerina, she started ballet at like 13, which is really late, because some people start at like 4 years old. She would often get cast in like contemporary roles or like the exotic character because she's black. And when she became the lead for Swan Lake and she had to do like a final spin or whatever, she had so much scrutiny because people were calling her a fraud, that she didn't deserve the role, that she didn't deserve the lead. Even though other people would do the exact same thing she did. Like, she finished one of the routines with like a certain spin that other people had also done. It was like an alternate ending to the performance. She did the same thing the way other people did. She got scrutinized like hell for it. They started calling her fraud. And the fact that she had to go through this experience of like the skin tone of the ballet suits that she was wearing, the tutus, they did not match. They were not as flattering for her complexion, and she had to be like, hey, like, could I wear a different one? And they're like, well, this is always the one that we've worn. And her experience going through the ballet, the ballet industry is very, very different, because she is the first black ballerina that got, I think she's like the first Misty Copeland. She's like the first. Oh, she was the first African-American woman to be promoted to principal dancer in ABT's 75-year history. American Ballet Theater, which is like the Giga Ballerina Theater. The first black woman. 75-year history. So I would imagine that the stories that she has as in her experience of being a prima ballerina is going to be way more interesting and just like a lot different from the average prima ballerina, just like statistically speaking. So when people do have, when people, I mean, I think that's why marginalized communities and art that comes from these places tend to be a lot more interesting and a lot more like insightful, because the experience that they lived are a lot more different. So what does that mean for when authoritarian governments want to start cracking down on marginalized communities? Guess who will be the first to die? Guess what will be the first to die? Any kind of like artistic culture. And when you lose art in humanity and in communities, what do you think people are going to have? Everything will just be gray. You're just gonna be fed slop. And people won't see this right now, but it is starting to happen, and it will get worse. It might get better, but when this kind of slopification of art and media and movie comes to happen, it is hand in hand with marginalized communities being crushed. Which is also you know, Sydney Sweeney fucking flopped, Omega flopped Sydney Sweeney. She goes into her little conservative, like, right-wing, dog-whistling white supremacist pipeline. Who shows up to her movies as she's doing that? Fucking nobody. Because conservatives don't give a shit about art. The only art that they care about is motherhood and being a trad wife. And like, beating your wife or something. I don't know. Earth without art is just A, exactly. And they love AI generated Jesus and like AI generated this random shit. I don't even know. Even Zendaya didn't want to see her. It's kind of funny. I mean, I'm pretty sure all the girlies in the scene are all like, ew. There's no way anybody would want to be her friend. The Gap ad that counters it? The Gap ad with Cat's Eye, I think? I think someone mentioned it. The whole idea somewhere is better than the modern art is bad is a fascist idea. I think there also a lot of people don't really understand what art is, and then I think it's like a lot of people kind of do see art as in a reductive sense, and it's kind of hard to quantify, because if you walk in if you walk in like an art museum and you just see like an apple on a cube, it's like, yeah, what? Or people will say, you know, they'll tape a banana to a wall and be like, this is modern art, lol. Or they'll see certain, like, haute couture, high fashion, and be like, who the fuck would wear this, you know? But, obviously, yes, there is some modern art and, like, some high fashion clothes that are, like, very interesting to people because it just doesn't make any sense and it's, like, incredibly unconventional, which is why I think if you actually want to seriously engage with these people that you assume aren't just, like, making fun of it for the sake of making fun of it, because sometimes people are just, like, joking. It's like, haha, like, modern art, whatever, right? But let's assume that people are being earnest and engaging, like, it's like, and they say, I don't understand high fashion, or, like, I don't understand modern art. So what I would do is I would ask them, what do you think the intention behind this piece is? Like, what do you think was the intention behind this styling for this specific runway clothing that is a giant sausage with spikes? So, because if you look at it at a surface level and it is just what it is, it's really hard to explain to somebody what that even means. So you have to start looking at what the artist's life is about and what they were intending to do with that art piece. And they always usually have some kind of excerpt about the artist's life and usually some description of the art piece specifically. So I think though most people don't get to that level of contemporary modern art where they have to talk about like why this half-sliced apple is represents like suicide or something, like, I don't know, for example. But generally, what is more digestible, people still don't understand. So like, let's say what this is what I'm trying to say. Like, you go to an art museum and then there's like an apple and this is called like sewer slide. And there's maybe a little excerpt about it. And then you go to another a different art exhibit, or like a different exhibit. And it's this one is of a of two hands. They're holding hands together. And this one's called like love or something, right? And then there's another art exhibit and it's a painting and this is the fucking Mona Lisa. So this, very digestible. Somewhat digestible, a lot less digestible. I think most people who are like, I don't really get art, they're talking about this. However, when you do, like, it's easier to explain this and this. And then to understand this, you have to start by understanding this. This one is pretty easy to understand though. But then what encompasses all this and understanding is intention. But like artist's intention. And history, honestly. Kind of like lore. That's how you get to pondering the apple. If you can't even understand this, you're not gonna get to this. So that's why a lot of people are like, yeah, I don't get it. Well, you have to start by pondering this first. And to ponder this, like, maybe you could skip this step. Some people don't even need to ponder this. And it's the same thing in art. Or, sorry, the same thing in fashion. So you go to 3 different runway shows. There's one runway where she's Victoria's Secret. Oh my god, beautiful. You know, they got the wings. They're very hot. And then you have like a really cunty gown with spikes. And then you have a cube. And most people will be like, what the fuck is this? It's like, oh, this is, it's like kind of cool, I guess. And then this is just, oh yeah, that looks nice. But what does this mean? It's the same thing as art. To understand this, you kind of have to understand the backstory of this. But then this is very easy to understand. But usually, what people make in high fashion and stuff, it's usually to tell a theme or like a story or something. Like, for example, I would say Alexander McQueen will have some stuff like in the spectrum between here. And why I pick Alexander McQueen for this example to explain is because he said he wanted to design clothes to. He said he wanted to design clothes for women who, when they walk in a room, people are afraid of them. And he incorporates that in his clothes by making them look, or like try to look, it is subjective, like intimidating. And he puts that in his work through clothing. But somebody who just looks at something like this aren't going to understand that. To be able to bridge that gap of understanding clothing that makes no sense, you have to look at the intention and the lore behind it. And the intention and the lore, if the intention and the lore is what separates it, or is what bridges the gap of your understanding, then that brings us to the point of like AI swap. Let's say there's 2 drawings. One is AI swap and one isn't. Then I would ask you, which one's more interesting? It would definitely be this one, because this doesn't have any intention. There is no conscious thought process and a collective life experience that resulted in something, in this being generated. However, the person that drew this picture, it came from a cumulative experience of their growing up, how they did it, their technique, and every subconscious thought that they had with every stroke and every technique that they put into this drawing. So the reason why Alexander McQueen wanted to make clothing that made women look dangerous, and he wanted to make clothing that women felt powerful wearing and intimidating, was because he had close friends and close family who were women that had experienced sexual assault. So he took that and put it in his clothes. And if you don't care about that, then there's no point in engaging in this conversation with you. But that's the kind of life experience I'm talking about, where the intention of someone making art is very important. And you can't have that. AI doesn't have that. AI doesn't have intent. And AI doesn't have this kind of translation of life experiences into something physical or like digital, basically like art, basically. Yeah. Otherwise, go look at art and think this probably wasn't made for me. Oh, 100%. It's 100%. But also, not all art needs to be perceived that way. We're talking about like high art. I'm drawing this fucking scraggly scrafty. Is there a deeper meaning to humanity in this? No, but could there be? Yeah. So the upside of being able to perceive art in a deeper level, and this applies to movies and everything, is being able to do that means you can choose to turn on this level of critical thinking and analysis for everything you see. However, if you don't know how to do that, you're fucked. You like, being able to turn it on and off is a skill, but then just having it in the first place is also a skill. Because if you can't do any kind of analysis or critical thinking about any kind of media, you're not going to be able to understand like why Death Stranding 1 was so interesting and why it was a good narrative on humanity. But then you'll probably enjoy like a Marvel movie. However, someone who is able to critically analyze media, they can, one, analyze Death Stranding and be like, yeah, this is like super duper cool, but then they can also choose to turn their brain off and just watch Marvel slop for what it is and be like, well, I know that Marvel slop doesn't need to have a deep narrative on humanity and what it means to be a person, and I can enjoy it as is. However, if I wanted to do a critical analysis, I'm still able to. Yeah. That's why it's like there's no downside to being able to tell you why the curtain is blue. Yeah. 6-7. Death Stranding 2 is so good you cry so much. You should check out the Death Stranding 2 Symphony Orchestra. They're doing a world tour and check if they're coming to your city. Because I went, it was super cool. I almost cried. I almost cried. Well, I was trying really hard not to cry because I didn't want my mascara running down my face. But the moment they played Rainy's theme, it was coming up. Okay, I think this is good. No, I didn't use flash photography. My flash accidentally turned on during the Elden Ring orchestra. That was Elden Ring. This way. How does someone consciously work to reach that point? Ask yourself why you feel a certain way when you watch a movie or play a game. If you played a game that you really liked, like let's say, just for the sake of not being super duper vague, it's like if you play a story game and one part made you really emotional and you cry, ask yourself why did you cry? Why did you feel so strongly about this character? And why did this specific moment of this character hit so hard? So when you ask yourself why and you keep like going, you basically are pushing yourself like for example this. Let me do the pirate software. It's like play game sucks. Yeah, or you don't like it. Yeah, sucks. Don't like it. Why? I don't know. And then you hit a dead end. However, if you think about like, if you think a little like, and then some people just stop here and they're like, okay, you know, let me go boot up FIFA. But if you ask yourself a little further why, it's like, oh, well, the combat felt clunky. Clunky? What does this mean? Why? Well, it was really slow. How? Well, the animations felt like jagged and not smooth. And then I feel like at this point it's gonna be up to your discretion, and then you can like at this point be like, oh yeah, there you go. Like specifically, maybe you would notice like during a specific blocking animations that didn't feel good when you had to block a lot, or like certain parrying animations took a long time to like do, and then the combat being an awkward, fast pace made you feel like you weren't able to put your hand up fast enough to parry, you know, stuff like that. So when you keep asking yourself like 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, you keep asking yourself that, you start to be able to go down this path further and further. So some people, when you start, you're not gonna get like further than this, basically. But then as you do consume more media and more movies and more games and everything, you keep asking yourself why you feel a certain way, you're gonna be able to start going down this. And start asking why. And then as you get down that, it actually also improves your reasoning and like argument for something. So if someone asks me like, why didn't you like the Silent Hill F combat? I can give them exactly what was wrong with it, other than just saying the combat was clunky. How was it clunky? Specifically, when you dodge, she would move really slowly and then come to a complete stop instead of like kind of carrying momentum if you were moving while dodging. See, I'm able to give like really detailed answer for it because just being vague and not being able to be specific pisses me off. Because I also don't like it if I ask someone a question, I'm like, yeah, but why? Yeah, but why? Yeah, but why? Yeah, but why? And then they start to go into like, it starts to, people who like stop here go like, it sucks. Why? Clunky. Why? Cause it sucks. Why does it suck? It's clunky. Why is it clunky? Cause it sucks. And then it just goes in circles because they never thought any fucking further down here. And then they pull that you're calling me stupid because I disagree. Yeah, pretty much. So then, you know, that could also apply to story games. And if anything, it applies to like story and movies a lot more. It's like, why did you think that, you know, a silent voice was bad? I didn't like it. Why didn't I like it? Because I felt that the antagonist motives were not very developed, She seemed like she was just a hater for no reason. I felt like you needed to humanize the antagonist. Because that way it provides a better foil for, the main character, who is a bit of like a little like terrible, you know, soft bunny that needs protecting. But then at the same time, gives the antagonist more depth so that you can kind of understand where she's coming from too, because sometimes, I mean, in a story like A Silent Voice, where it's not just like a Marvel movie where someone's just comically evil for no reason, which can also work for a story, you kind of want the antagonist to have more depth, so then that way her depth actually will add to the main character's depth some more, because it talks of a more complex relationship between one, like having to deal with a disabled person that you don't want to deal with. And that could be a much more powerful story than a girl that's just being a bitch for no reason. Yeah. But antagonist humanization doesn't necessarily need to be a thing, but I just think for that story specifically, it would have worked a lot better. So that means the times that she did, the times that she did appear, it just felt like it was a very, just like, oh, the story's getting stale, let's just have her trip the deaf girl for no reason. Because you don't, because the only thing, her only motive is like she just doesn't like her. It's like, if you developed on more on why she doesn't like her, like maybe she grew up having to take care of like her autistic brother, severely autistic brother makes her resent seeing this deaf girl that reminded her of having to take care and being stuck in a caretaker position that robbed her of her youth. Like, for example, that would have been a lot better. So again, that's why in the movie, the Demon Slayer movie, Infinity Castle, people that complained about the flashbacks should just go watch Solo Leveling. If you're complaining about flashbacks that set up a premise and set up the intention and backstory behind why a villain behaves the way they do and why they felt the need to fight and why they felt the need to get stronger and really develop that, and you felt like that was a waste of time because you wanted there to be more fighting when there was already a ton of fighting, and you still didn't want these flashbacks, you have to be dumb as shit. Like, you have to be so distracted by keys jingling that you think a movie with just only keys jingling is good enough for you, then you should watch Solo Leveling. It was, like, it's just, if something is built to set up a character to make their reasoning and intentions more impactful and you're complaining about that and it's done in a good way and you're complaining about that, you need to never go to the movie theater again and just look at like Subway Surfers while you watch a Twitch stream or something. Because like, if you aren't capable of understanding why certain setups are made, why backstories are told, like backstories and flashbacks are told, I'm afraid you might be stupid. Somebody said, give me One Piece pacing and solo leveling story, and somebody said, so you want dog shit? What? That has to be a joke. I mean, if someone said, give me One Piece pacing and solo leveling story, that is like the funniest fucking joke somebody could make. But if somebody was saying that unironically, that's the saddest thing someone could say. But if somebody was saying that ironically, that's the fucking funniest thing. They also need to understand this was bad versus I didn't like it. That's also true. However, I think that when you say this is bad, you have to be able to support it. When you say I didn't like it, you can also say... You can also be able to explore this. However, the scrutiny for exploring this is way less than this. Like, for example, I would say, what was like a fucking... Like, I would say Dead Take was fucking terrible. That game was just awful. It felt like all the mechanics felt like Flash games that I played when I was 10 years old on, like, addictinggames.com. It was extremely outdated. None of the jump scares, or there was no actual danger in the game. It was just a walking simulator, and they kept using horrible, overdone horror tropes of glitchy screens, random flashes. But the premise was good, but it was executed horribly. And then as for I didn't like it, where it doesn't go any deeper is... Let's say someone said they didn't like The Last of Us 2. I asked them why didn't they like it, and they said this. That's valid. That's completely valid. And however, if they say I didn't like it because it was woke, now this, like, okay, what, and then you would ask, what do you mean it was woke? And then they would say, well, they forced a trans agenda down my throat. And I'm like, the trans agenda? You mean the girl who didn't want to be a girl and wanted to be a man? The person who was born a girl wanted to be a man because all the women in the village were just doomed to be trad wife baby breeders, didn't want to be born into a role where that was the only thing they wanted to do because they wanted to explore and have a different identity outside of that. You think that's woke? Just because it had the word this in it? In this case, this is like not a very good reason compared to just this, which we can understand would stop there because this is a good opinion. Yeah. Now there is a trans character. They it was what I described. Basically, the village, all female roles are basically you become a mom and you just become a caretaker and you pump out a bunch of babies. But then another problem is like people who don't seem to understand that not every piece of media is made for them. So yeah, if they say it's woke, any productive conversation's gone. I agree. I need to sneeze. Yeah, so when Silent Hill F, Silent Hill F, it is a feminist story. It's about a girl who doesn't want to be a trad wife in like 1960 Japan where there were multiple themes and notes in the game, and it's just like straight up explicitly stated that the men in this town were abusive and they did not treat their wives well. Her mom, she saw her mom become a shell of a person, she saw her sister become a shell of a person, and there were a lot of people that said they didn't like it because it didn't feel like Silent Hill. And then I would ask, what does this mean? What does Silent Hill feel like? What is Silent Hill then? Because as far as I knew, Silent Hill is about the internal struggles of fighting with a dark side of yourself and then seeing that materialize into a world where you had to confront that, which is with James Sunderland's Journey, which is like the most famous one. So when I asked that, they just kind of like said it was because it wasn't physically Silent Hill, and then I was like, because I feel like this wasn't actually why you didn't like it. I feel like why you didn't like it was because it was a girl protagonist. going through a experience that you didn't relate to, but then you don't like the idea that a game wasn't made for you in mind, so you find a weaker reason to attach to. Because I think it's also fair for me to have some kind of scrutiny for when people say that they didn't like Silent Hill F and don't give a concrete answer. Because a good concrete answer would say, I thought the gameplay was too grindy, and I'm like, I totally get that. Totally understand. But this also is like, so Silent Hill F was kind of made with the intention of like a very specific story and a very specific experience for women that go through that kind of, you know, trad wife life. A lot of people, half of people in the world are not going to be able to relate to that because they were not born a woman. They were not born in this gender where they had to go through that and had a history of going through that. However, what's wrong with that is like the amount of people that just because something was made and catered specifically to them, that they get mad at it. Because the lot, like, I feel the reasonable response when you experience a story that you will never go through or that you don't understand is still be like, oh, neat. Anyways, you know, that's it. But then to have an aggressive response and like being upset at it is indicative of a dented brain. Because if you can't just, if your immediate response to a story that doesn't immediately cater to you and your response is to lash out at it, it feels like a toddler's response. Like it feels like that's what a toddler, that's how a toddler would act. Yeah, movies and video games, it's so much more fun to see things for, and I think this actually has to do with empathy. Thanks, Kuisu. It's like, if you cannot have the empathy and being able to understand stories being told from something that you would never experience and something that you have never gone through, and you literally cannot enjoy it, what does that say about you as a person? Thanks, Ojo and Kuisu. Yeah, because for me, I'm like, when I play a game or watch a movie about something that I would never experience, I'm like, oh my god, wait, that is so interesting. That they had to go through that. Like the Black Ballerina, the first black prima ballerina of the Giga Ballerina Institution. Like, her story, what she went through is incredibly interesting because it was so different from the average prima ballerina. The Wild I mean, yeah, people were just weird about it. Which, again, so the conclusion, the point I'm trying to make is, if people don't have empathy for stories that aren't specifically made for them, this is, in a way, pushing for stories that have general appeal to be more mass-produced. Like, the negative attitude that people have towards specific curated experiences and like specific intention behind somebody telling a story, if it is too specific and doesn't appeal to a general audience, that means movies and big production companies and writers are going to want to get general appeal because it makes more money, and because they want to go for the general appeal, that means things are going to start getting slopified. Because if you are focusing on general appeal, there's way less weirdness and unexpected factors that you're taking into account to tell a better story, so you're just telling slop. Because you want the general appeal. So slop would be like, you know, the writing and solo leveling. You got the keys jingling. And that's why the intent behind why somebody makes a certain story, why somebody makes a certain piece of art piece, why someone designs clothes the way they do, the intent is very important in the final product. And it's part of the final product. Because without the intent, the final product that comes out is going to have way less meaning. And if it has way less meaning, it has general appeal. And if people want general appeal, that means you're gonna get way less interesting stories. You're gonna get like the same thing told over and over again in different fonts. When you appeal to everybody, you appeal to nobody, yeah. And I think this also just comes down to like a skill diff in appreciation of art and media and movies. Is if you have more specific interests and you have kind of like a more open-minded way of seeing stories and empathy for experiences that you haven't lived, it lets you enjoy more than just things with general appeal, and that like lets you develop more of a personal taste. The entire concept of it being Silent Hill named Silent Hill was reference to the literal location in the original games, but I think there is an evolution of that title that it has evolved past just being Silent Hill. Because Resident Evil is no longer about an evil in the house. Matter of fact, Resident Evil... It's called Biohazard in Japanese, to be fair. The name of the town translates to Silent Hill, though. Yeah, but I think like the title no longer being like literally where it is doesn't matter, because things change over time and cultures around the title will change. Like communities change because people started to understand the theme and what Silent Hill was actually about. It's more about like interpersonal struggles. So when they take that and they package it and label it, it's fine. It's fine that it's not literally Silent Hill anymore. It's because that's not the point. The point is what Silent Hill represents. Because her Silent Hill is that town. Yeah, it's like thematically Silent Hill. People are very stuck on literal things, and I think when people are stuck on very literal things, it's the keys jingling mindset. Because I feel like it's very obvious, and I just don't... I feel like that's not a point that needs to be explained. Yeah, people, like, things change over time. Yeah, because, you know what? Matter of fact of things changing over time, you know what I learned today? You know what a preppy person is, right? Like a preppy look. Where the preppy look is the, you know, you wear a sweater and then you wear a collared shirt under, and it's like half casual, half kind of like smart, you know, with the crew neck or whatever. So the preppy look actually it makes someone look kind of like a frat bro, like someone in a frat house and they have rich parents, and they do like golfing on the weekend or so. Yeah, like Ivy League, right? But actually the preppy look came from it was actually between World War I and World War II, where a lot of GI Joes and veterans had a lot of financial support, so they started going to school with that extra money. And when they started going to school, a lot of the veterans come from a ton of different economic backgrounds. So they started mixing athletic wear and like comfortable wear with their school uniforms. So this was people that were poor, basically. That people that were poor, that got a lot of money and financial funding to start going to school, they started mixing their school uniforms with shit that they thought was comfortable. So the preppy look actually originated from people that were not that well off and did not come from money. It came from people that fought in war and like decided to go to school. And then over time, this evolved into looking smart, dressing smart, and looking like you were in an Ivy League that, you were in an Ivy League because these GI Joes went to Ivy Leagues with the money that they got from the financial funding. And over time, this evolved into, oh my god, you went to Ivy League, like, this is what Ivy League people dress like. This is what people who have a lot of money and respect dress like. So then, this is actually important. So then Martin Luther King was dressing in the preppy look. He had he had like the crew necks, the collared shirt, because at this point in time in history, it started to evolve into dressing a certain way because you wanted equality and you wanted respect from your peers. And with the civil rights movement, black people wanted to dress like this because they're like, hey, you and me, we're equals. Other than our skin tone, we're the same. We are also people. So they dress like this because it sent a message of them wanting to be respected the way that they're like white people were, and they wanted to be taken seriously, and that's where it came from. So the preppy look actually coming from people of like tons of different social economic backgrounds between World War I and World War II, and now it evolved into, when you see someone who's dressed preppy, you're like, oh my god, they like their dad probably is a giga lawyer, like they could sue you, they probably play golf on the weekends, and that's where it comes from. So over time, things evolve, and that's related to the Silent Hill thing because Silent Hill doesn't just represent the literal place of Silent Hill anymore. It's become an overall like encompassing term and title for characters that are battling inner turmoil. So that's why it's like there's no it doesn't matter that it's not literally Silent Hill. Yeah. Fun fact. That's what I learned today. Well, the screenshots say I've never seen the fairy tale. But yeah, I thought that was very interesting. Because how people dress and how fashion changes and the development of culture and fashion and what is happening in the world go hand in hand. Absolutely hand in hand. Okay, I'm done this one. I gotta start a new one. It's like term redneck originally comes from the battle of Blair Man with Downs and the miners want to strike. They wear red bandanas around their necks. Yeah. Now it's like if you think of a redneck, it's like a K-Kona. K-Kona. I gotta draw something else. I'm not cute anymore. I haven't decided what to draw yet. Fuck a quagsire chilling in a pond. Yeah, nice pond. I see the no. I did not. I think I'll just start painting this one. Lagging. Because of the texture of the brush. See, free the ooh, wow. For free? Once that's on the spot. Well, I mean, I have like the inspo, and then I'll probably just mash it together in my head. And then adjust as needed. I feel like a waterfall. I'm gonna keep that. I also bought a bunch of books. Because me and my friends are gonna do more of the cafe productivity days. She was like, this was so productive. Like, yeah. Because I never... Whenever I'm at home and I'm like, I should read. Does a bunch of random other shit, like a boss swag. Doesn't fucking read. I'm just like, I'm just gonna go do something. Like, I never want to. I'm just like, why would I stay home and read when I could do something else? But then if I'm out and the only thing I have with me are like, whatever reading material, then I'm forced to read. What books? I bought some that were referenced in the Harper's Bazaar edition, Harper's Bazaar that I was reading. One of them was from... I got Make It Ours, Crashing the Gates of Culture with Virgil Abloh, The Wedding, a novel, Mother Mary Comes to Me, and the Battle of Versailles, the night American fashion stumbled into the spotlight and made history. So the Battle of Versailles, and Make It Ours are both written by Robin Given, who is a New York Times like senior journalist that does a lot of she writes a lot about how fashion and culture go hand in hand. Oh yeah, Dua Lipa was featured in the Icon edition of Harper's Bazaar. Bazaar? How the fuck? I can't pronounce shit. She talks about how she reads a lot. Yeah. She interviews a lot. She's actually, yeah, she's good because she actually reads and she engages in things in like a critical manner. You know, if I was ever put in a room and I could interview game devs, they would they would never allow me in that room because the questions I would ask would probably make them sweat. 2, that's why they always have interviews with people that don't ask anything deeper than like, what are you doing with the game? Well, we just want, and then it's just a fluff piece. Like, well, okay, that's not very interesting to me. Get me in a room to interview the devs and the executive team that was behind the new Vampire Bloodlines Masquerade game. Will they do that? Hell no. Or like, yeah, let me interview the Mafia devs. Just watch Ko do it. No, Ko does he's the questions are pre-approved. Most of the time. Like I would say 99% of the time, they're pre-approved. It doesn't matter who's doing it. Actually, I don't want these structured rocks. I want the natural formation. Maybe I made it. No, I didn't. Nope. Actually, paint is actually P. It's Pikachu with his limbs all cut off. Oh, Pikachu. Pikachu. That was a fun yap topic though. I should read more and then I can relay it to you guys. So not only does that deepen my understanding of the subject matter, I can also let you know what I've learned. We're gonna learn! I think that's also why I started having a much more interest in fashion once I started to understand the relationship between cultural shifts and fashion. They go very much hand in hand. What people wear and why people wear something is actually very indicative of a lot of things. It's the same way that I like geology. You look at the sides of a mountain and you can tell exactly what kind of like river currents or what kind of rock formation was here, and then from that you can learn what kind of biome it was. There's just so much you can infer. I'm an inferring fan. Things are fucking- Geology rocks. Retweet. Let me get a retruth on that. Bo. Bo. Gonna texture max. Am I doing something tomorrow? Oh yeah, I am. Thanks, Ayana Banana. I finally put the glue on my Sylveon rug though. But I got a Gengar rug I'm gonna make. I might go pick up more longboards. Make more longboard designs or something. That'd be a good one. Yeah, I got a male manipulator rug to make. For a girl though. Oh my god, looking at this water and the rocks reminds me of this one time I took a picture of a couple hugging at the cliffs of the rocks, and it was like perfectly framed that I saw them through the whole loop of a certain cliff formation. And I was like, oh my god, should I go and give it and tell them I took a really nice photo of them? And then I was like severely discouraged not to by the person that I was with, because I realize now it makes sense that they were so scared of being perceived. It's like I regret not just giving it to them. They would have really liked it. Shouldn't have listened. As a creep, if they think I'm a creep, that's not on me. It's a beautiful photo and you can't tell who's in it, but they'll know that it's them. That's exactly the kind of thinking that makes you a little pussy. It's like, oh my god, what if they think I'm creepy? I'm so scared they're gonna judge me. And then the thing that you're like thinking of is not even that serious. Such a pain in the ass. And I mean, I know why. It's like a really far away photo. I think I have it. Pretty sure I posted it on Twitter before. Like, there is no way that anybody who saw this photo would think it's a creepy thing. They would probably, I'm pretty sure everybody would like it. And if somebody didn't, like, it's definitely because they're kind of weird. It's a really nice photo. I'm trying to find it. It's not focusing. But there they are, they're hugging there. Yeah, and then the person I was like, oh, should I show it to them? I really want to like, I really want to show them, and the person was like, no, don't. Oh, that's weird. I was like, but it's a nice photo, and they're like, I don't know. And then I was like, okay, well now you made that and now I realize that person was just a fucking pussy, and I should have just been like, hey, I took a really cool photo of you if you guys want it. Yeah, that's a great photo. Oh, they discarded ashes? It's still a really nice photo though. Still a good photo. Maybe they broke up. I think it's still a good sentimental photo. Yeah, now I have to find them and find where they live and show them. You're right. I also think, this is totally just me being a fucking psychoanalyst, is the reason that they didn't want me to show is because they were so afraid of being perceived a certain manner. That's why they were so Like, no, don't do it. Oh my god, no. Made a lot of sense. Thanks, T squared. Symptoms of a deeper rooted issue will always show up in ways, especially in hindsight. Yeah, very, very, yeah. I don't think Street Fighter. I don't know. I don't think they think that far. But I think it was kind of like ironic that they often made a point to make it seem like they would often be like, yeah, I'm not afraid of being perceived for my whimsicalness. But then when it actually came down to being actually judged in social situations, they were terrified. I think it was just like some manner of masking because they didn't want to confront the idea that they were insecure. And it's like people who are not honest with themselves are incredibly hard to deal with, and my best advice to any like people is stay away from insecure people because they will make it an issue with you. It will be your problem. Be very careful around insecure people. Little Quagsire in the middle. Most of the time they're like, most of the times with them, you'd be like, why does they fuck me for? The Damascene hiding spot. I think the only good thing about insecurities is you actually will make friends with other insecure people a lot easier. Okay, so that's a silver lining. So now I'm thinking back, and I'm like, it made a lot of sense. It's not insecurity. PvP is like. I need to let me pee first. Thanks, ho. Oh, the meat in my fridge went back. Yeah, they find security among their kind, but it's also like insecurity. Insecure people get along with insecure people because they find it, for example, like easier to talk poorly about other people over nothing. So if I was an insecure person and I was talking to another girl, and I love using Hyun as an example because this literally happens all the time. So like, and if I was an insecure girl and I was talking to another insecure girl, we're like, oh my god, yeah, Hyun is like, she's just such a bitch. Like, I don't like her because she plays League of Legends and she likes Pokemon. Like, what a fucking bitch. And then because I'm an insecure girl that feels threatened by her existence because she's fucking cool and like beautiful and funny, I'd be like, yeah, like fuck that bitch, you know? Like, oh my god, it's like, oh my god, you're so similar to me. We could totally be good friends, and then we become good friends. Because two insecure stupid bitches telling each other exactly is how a lot of people develop friendships that blossom off of just gossiping. Do people actually say that about her? I've heard people talk poorly about Hyun. I've heard people talk poorly about Wake. I've heard people talk poorly about Emiru, Arya. And I think the like most heartbreaking thing for me to realize was at the time when these things were said about these people that I love and like am good friends with now, is I didn't give it a second thought. And the problem with that was, one, I didn't like actually gauge whether or not my friend who was telling, like my friend at the time who's telling me their judgment of it, was it valid? And then when you question whether or not your friend's judgment is valid, you're questioning your friendship with them and your trust in them. And when you question that about somebody that is supposed to be your friend, it's kind of a hard thing to start thinking about, because you're like, this person's my friend. Why would they ever want to mislead me about somebody that has never actually done like anything to me personally? And obviously that's different from like when someone's accused of sexual assault or something, right? But when it's just like kind of like a vibe-based conversation and we're like, this is like a very non-serious issue, when people say that and it's like a friend who you believe is confiding in you and you just believe it, it's very heartbreaking when you do find out that it was founded on absolutely nothing, and that when you do like find out later down the line, oh, there was no reason for them to say something like that. So that's what's really sad, is sometimes people will do these things and say things about other people that is founded on nothing, and the reason that they say this is, yeah, insecurity. Because there's no reason to present another girl in that way and interpret what they were doing and how they acted in this manner. So you have to start questioning, as I was talking about, the intention. why did this person want to present this person to me in this way? And it could be a bunch of reasons for interpreting a harmless interaction as a negative manner. So, you know, insecurity. It could be, oh, secretly I don't like this girl because I feel threatened by her because she's like, because I'm jealous, I'm envious, so I'm gonna start talking terribly about her. And you don't want to think that your friend is having these kinds of thoughts about somebody else because they have their struggles with insecurity. So you're like, oh my god, yeah, you're so right. Yeah, they're probably so weird for that. Did I do stuff like that? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I mean, I have relayed information that I thought was true, but it wasn't. Because it was not so much like, for me, what happened was not so much necessarily from insecurity, but rather I just did not like this person because of certain interactions. And then when I had heard that so you can like dislike somebody for a bunch of reasons. Like maybe you thought that they snubbed you, maybe you thought that they were ignoring you, maybe you thought that they thought they were better than you or something, or like you had an awkward interaction. And then when you hear other people also had an interaction, like you have two, so let's say you had a weird interaction that you interpret as bad. Then you have a friend who also told you an interaction that they also interpreted as bad. But when you look at these two interactions in a vacuum, and you didn't have a preconceived notion of that person already, they're actually not that serious. But then when you combine these two things, these two interactions, person A's story and person B's story, and person A and B to get together and talk about it, they validate themselves in a vacuum that both their experiences were valid when it actually wasn't. So that's the kind of blind spot that I'm talking about when you get information from people that are not reliable because they don't know that they're unreliable. So what had happened was I remember Fedmeister had something to say about Pokey. I remember Michaela had something to say about Pokey. I remember Slicker had something to say about Pokey. And then I was like, oh my god, yeah, like what the fuck? And now look where these three people are. It's very weird. And when I look back to that moment, like 7 years ago, I'm like, let's grow up. And I'm glad I did. Yeah. And it's just like, I think what some people kind of get stuck on is like, yes, it sucks to engage in this kind of thinking, and yes, it sucks to also acknowledge that you've engaged in this kind of thinking, but being able to acknowledge and move away from that because you realized it and you don't want to engage with it any further is a really good sign. However, there will be people, and people do this to like content creators all the time. We don't even need to talk about peers. Peers are definitely doing this too. It's like, they would kind of focus on this thinking of, oh, but you did it at one point, it's with you forever now. It's not possible that you killed a fish and had to learn how to become more empathetic and love animals when you're 10. You're that person forever. You talk shit about someone, you're a fucking horrible person and you should kill yourself. Like, it's... You can separate yourself from that, and the sooner the better, obviously, but a lot of people's life experience is really different. Yeah. I had 2 cheese tarts earlier. I'm probably gonna shit myself. It was really good though. But internet, like, I also think that internet criticisms of like peers, me, online person is like whatever. It's extra annoying when it's other people that are actually in your life. That kind of interpret you like that, and they don't have a reason to. So for example, like, a friend telling a bunch of people, oh, I heard Becky's a piece of shit. She's a fucking asshole and just horrible. And this gets around, and then you ask this person, you're like, so what did Becky do exactly? Like, where did you hear this from? I don't know. Just heard it from someone. I just heard like Becky was behind all this, like she's the reason why. Okay, but what did she actually do? Where did you? I don't know. And then, unfortunately, by this point, there are tons of other people that have also heard that Becky's a horrible person and she did all this shit. And how do you know how many of those people actually believe rumor that came from nowhere is, unfortunately, having lived through that and having been on the person who was the receiving end of this, a lot. There's a lot of people who just believe things and then they just will just go along with it and don't give it a second thought. And then now they already have like a negative conception or negative preconception of this person that has never actually done anything to them. Yeah. But there's also level-headed people, not to be like super negative, but there's also level-headed people that are like, that doesn't make sense because every time I talk to Becky, she's like really sweet. What are you talking about, you know? The math is a math thing. No. It's hard for people to also discern because there's a difference between me going like, yeah, Becky's a fucking bitch. I heard from this, who heard from this person that she said this and this and this about this, whatever. But then there's a difference between me going like, me and Becky used to be best friends and she fucked my boyfriend behind my back. and I'm like, yeah. And then you also heard, oh yeah, I did hear Becky did fuck her best friend's boyfriend behind her back for months. And it's like, okay, I don't fuck with Becky because of that. There's a difference between that being relayed and that kind of like detailing and that kind of like receipt versus someone just saying, I just heard Becky was a cunt, you know? But a lot of people don't really engage in that kind of thinking when they do hear something from someone, especially someone that they trust. Yeah. That's why being honest with the truth will always go further. No matter how much like people will twist and manipulate things, it's the truth will come out sooner or later. I think it's 4 res. Heard she's a bitch is not the same as she pays homophobic churches on a monthly basis. Yeah, exactly. Just gonna clean this up, redo this. I think some people are also just like really bad at being able to just kind of like notice when someone's saying some shit that doesn't add up. Sideways. Did my forearm? I didn't have so much pain in my forearm, but it was more so my back. Is he there until someone brings him up? Yeah, and I think it's just obviously like I'm like vague posting tea, but in the content creators scene and like streamers, things are very fickle. And people are kind of sometimes not trustworthy and people sometimes twist things. But it's obviously like definitely not good to just when you sit down and have dinner with someone for the first time and they immediately go like, this person's fucking disgusting. You're just like, what the fuck? I just sat down. But yeah, so me telling you that's pretty crazy, right? But you know what I felt at the time when this happened, when this conversation happened 2 years ago? I was like, oh damn, that sucks. Like, that sucks that, that's terrible. And then you know what ended up happening was I carried that sentiment and like that lore, that codex update for the two people that they were talking about for some time after that. I was like, oh, this person's like really dirty and gross. And it's just not fair for me to think of them like that just because this person that I had barely even met decided to very inappropriately talk about their employer in that manner. So then, when I needed to recall this conversation, because I was like, I do remember this person was like really fucking weird. So I asked two of my other friends, I was like, hey, do you remember this conversation happening? They're like, yeah, and then they were like very kind of guarded and defensive because they didn't want to admit that this person had a track record of talking very inappropriately. And so I had to ask, so I had to do the fucking like Socratic method where I was like, did you think it was okay for this person to talk about these people in this manner? And they said, well, you're right, no. And I was like, that's my point. Because they didn't, it's the thing, it's like the friend blind spot. You don't want to come to the conclusion and confront the fact that your friend is weird in that regard. Think they don't actually care? No, it's not that. It's actually they care too much. They care about their friend. I mean, I'm also their friend, so it puts them in a hard spot. But yeah, I agree. I also have that attitude. It's like, I will make my conclusions based on what I know, and I will try to find out things, because if I didn't, I would still think one of my friends is a rapist. Like, I talked about this before. But some people are very loyal to their friends. Like if I told you, hey, by the way, your best friend, like, constantly fucks other people's girlfriends. And they'd be like, yeah, they just kind of do that, though, but, like, he's my homie. And then I would just be like, would you be okay if he fucked your girlfriend? And to that, they would say no. But because it's not his girlfriend that they're fucking, they're like, yeah, but they're my homie, bro. And they wouldn't want to cut them off because they see them as a homie first. But to everybody else that doesn't see that person as a homie, they're all like, okay, this guy is really fucking weird. A lot of people have that kind of cognitive dissonance blind spot to friends. They're my homies, so it's okay, yeah. Something like that. Or like they'll come and say like, well, technically they were broken up, or like, oh, well, technically it wasn't like, but like she hit him up. It's like, that was still your homie's girlfriend. They fuck, you know? Yeah. It's yeah, some people just like cope because they don't want to confront something that's I think it's like hard for people to, because they kind of have to admit like, yeah, I'm okay with my friend that constantly fucks the girlfriends of people in our social circle, but because he hasn't fucked my girlfriend and he's my friend, I'm okay with it. That's exactly what they have to admit. And they are not comfortable with saying that out loud. Or even to themselves. It is copium. That's exactly what it is. It's like I have to cope that it's not that my morals are shaky. It's not that I don't have values that I'm consistent on. Ponderings with daph. People look past shit that isn't personally- that happens a lot, yes. And the reason why it pisses me off when people are disingenuous is because I am so fucking logical that it's to a fault. It's like, oh, you told me that, like, my best friend regularly fucks other people's girlfriends, and, like, let's assume for the hypothetical this is true. Yeah, I'm gonna talk to them and be like, why do you keep fucking other people's girlfriends? What is fucking wrong with you? And then I would never want to talk to them again. That is not normally. Fuck this! Yeah, some people have like infinite grace for their friends. I don't really know how people can do that, but alright. You fucked your last girlfriend, buddy. Befriending, well, you know, the funny thing is, like, they don't think that. They're like, well, technically it wasn't cheating, or like, technically it was okay. They get stuck in a lot of, like, technicalities to look for wiggle room to basically soothe themselves that it's okay, because they would rather do that than have to confront with, okay, I'm okay with being friends with a constant cheater. You know, like, they don't want to admit to that. So they would be like, technically it's not cheating. Oh, they were already broken up. It's like, oh, so you're okay with someone like constantly fucking your homies, girlfriends, like, you know? And then if you ask them that question, they would be like, they would just glitch out, basically, because that's what happens. Or they just don't answer. Because they're fucking scared. Or maybe they're just unconfrontational, but I feel like when it's being unconfrontational, I think is personally is a red flag, because obviously there's people who are like delusional, and those kind of confrontations is like, okay, what the fuck are you like tweaking about, right? But let's still use this homie who is friends with somebody who constantly fucks other people's girlfriends. Is if you question them on that, and they say they pull that they're non-confrontational, it's still the point of they don't want to admit to the fact that they're okay with someone that has a severe disconnect with their morals. It's still the same thing. They don't want to come to terms with that, and they don't want to ever have to address it. Address me. Yeah. Oh my god, Sif is self-harming. With words. He'll never be a real boy. Sif has been practicing a lot of self-hate lately. Really? No. Oh. He's being too human. I should get more longboards to paint. I gotta finish my rugs first. What is that emo? That emo is when I unlock a memory. Duh. I got a longboard. I got one. That's what the scraggly one was for. I'm probably just gonna project it on the board, trace it, and then paint it with acrylics. And see how that physical painting goes. I mean, I'll try to stream it. I can with the phone thing I do with the rugs. I gotta get my paint first. I don't have any physical painting stuff. Gotta go get some. Was Scraggy a random choice? No, they like that Pokemon. Book club? Jody has a book club. I didn't go to her book club. Jody is a very intellectual, very smart gal. Be very smarting. I love smart bitches. So you hate dumb bitches? Yeah, I actually do. I fucking hate stupid bitches. Holy fuck. There is nothing more infuriating than a dumb bitch and you're like, well, here's the facts. And they're like, you stupid bitch! Yeah. Things high-ranking P. Are slow people thrown the same? No, because a slow person would still like read and be like, yeah, I know some of these words, but a dumb bitch would be like, what? No? Yeah, a dumb bitch means they're like they're capable of figuring it out, but they just like choose not to because they're too busy being a fucking idiot. We don't want to. Yeah, I mean that's like the fucking blind spot. He's very polite. I like this. I wonder how Steven Seagal is doing. He is very polite. Steven Seagal's under sea. Oh, you mean on something ground? I don't know how Wake remembers it. Oh yeah, this is not actually Quagsire. This is a bath bomb dissolving. Yeah, that's my favorite Steven Seagal story, is Steven Seagal saying that he can't be choked out because of his Aikido training, and then he proceeds to get choked out and shat himself. I mean, that's my closest Steven Seagal shared life experience, is I almost also passed out and shat myself. In church. But me and Steven Seagal actually have a lot in common. Yeah, almost. What a surprise, you tune in again. I literally talked about the evolution of art and culture and fashion for like 30 minutes. And how people perceive media and how you can engage with media. And the 1 second I said I didn't shit myself. I did not. Also, I'm really sad because the meat in my fridge went bad. No, I wasn't being choked out. I think like I accidentally made a tiny cut on my finger and then almost fucking passed out because I think my blood pressure that was already low got even lower. Which makes it even funnier. It wasn't even like I was being choked out. I just fucking sucked. That was when I was like, oh my god, I need to take better care of myself. That was a bit of a wake-up call. The freaking Holy Spirit. Wait, give me that one brush I always use for foliage. Okay, this is... It's a bit big. Oops. Did I watch Wake Up a Dead Man? No. Wake Up Dar Man. Wake up, Dar Man, you didn't pay your actors. Come on, man. Yeah, that's a nice fucking pond. Yo, give me one of those. This is Pokemon? TCG looking at me making my physical collection? My physical collection of what? No? Cards? What cards? The ones I have legally? I don't have illegal cards. I don't have anything illegal in my place. I didn't steal any cards from kids. I don't need to steal from kids. I can just do speech 100. Then what's in the cabinet? Just stuff. You don't have to worry about it. That guy typed weird. I didn't like how that guy was typing. It was just weird. I mean, I saw the first message they typed and I was like, okay, they're on thin ice. And then they typed it some more and I was like, what the fuck? That is not a human being. It wasn't what they were typing, it's what it's not what how they were typing, it's what they were saying. It was really weird. In combination. I didn't like it. It was weird. Yeah, I have a window peek. This song is Route 10, Pokemon Black and White. I have a Windows peek. I have a Vegeta hairline. Anybody watch the third 50 Shades of Grey movie? Was it good? So I watched the first 50 Shades of Grey movie. It was terrible. And then I watched the second 50 Shades of Grey movie. It was also terrible, but more entertaining. And it's like a slop level is pretty like fun, entertainment wise. There's a third movie. Yes, there's a third movie. It's very funny how fucking dysfunctional all the relationships are. Like, I was watching Twilight also. It was just, oh my god. The kinkiest thing they did in the first movie was he slapped her ass and turned her around. That was it. I mean, like, that's it. And then the second kinkiest thing they did was a missionary sex. Oh my god. What? No. Oh yeah, and then they got a little freakier in the second movie, but it still like was nothing. Does it have plot? Yeah. It's terrible though. Thanks, Miss Yens. It's not good plot. Did I watch Baby Girl? No, I didn't. I should give it a sniff though. I watched Together. I said that earlier. Together was good. I liked it. Good body horror. I give it like a 7.3 out of 10. It was entertaining. I liked it. Watch one battle after another? Okay. I just watch movies with Mr. Flirt. He told me I had a fat ass, and I was like, thank you so much. That's very nice of you because I've been trying to squat. I mean, to be fair, my ass is not that fat, but I think there's a little bit of weight to it because of the squatting. It's no cyan. I mean, there definitely is recoil when he slaps it, but then he was like, how come, he was like, you don't he's like, he said I was a very monotonous person. I was like, yeah. And then I was like, well, how do you want me to react if you slap my ass? And he's like, I don't know, you just like don't ever react. And then I was like, okay, what if I do this? Need something? Now it's a running gag. Something wrong? React harder. Yeah, I just did the Skyrim NPC. Hello, traveler. Must have been the wind. Slap his ass back? Are you looking to protect yourself or deal some damage? Mud crabs are dreadful creatures. Mud crabs. Stop right there, criminal scum. You have violated the law. Who would most likely have a wound tattoo? Raphael. That was so easy. That question's not difficult at all. Who's my top man? I like Silas and Caleb. Well, there's the new Caleb memory thing. So maybe I should go get a Hello Kitty apron for Mr. Flirt and ask him to only wear that and nothing else. We should just be little sluts together. I'll do the same. And then we can watch Twilight 4. I was just saying your pussy stinks. Twilight 1, well, I watched Twilight 1, 2, and 3. It's fucking hilarious. I highly recommend it. It is so, it's aged so horribly. I mean, I'm pretty sure at the time it was just as ridiculous. How did I smell it? Girl, close your legs. I can smell it from here and you're all the way in across the country. Thanks, Zygi. Brat! How did it close the window? Oh, stinky. Oh yeah, Hyun got, was it soft beta? Oh yeah, I forgot to tell Cyan. What is my thing? I took it, but then, I don't remember, but the answer wasn't, it was wrong. Oh, carrying beta. Yeah, because they straight up just didn't have an answer for like half the questions that I wanted to pick. So I was like, this is not gonna work. I'm just gonna get some buttfuck. I think this guy is like actually schizophrenic. How does this guy even come here? The hell? Wait, this person just like lost their mind. Oh, it's possible their account got hacked. I think their account might have gotten hacked. Yeah. Or they just, I don't know, didn't take their meds or something. I don't know. Their follow list, let me guess, is it full of Asian woman? Correct, incorrect? Ah, I knew it! I'm so good at this shit. Okay, I think they're just weird then. Quagsire, he is pondering. Pond. What's wrong being a oh my god, I forgot that. Remember when someone in this chat said, what's wrong with liking Asian women? I can't control it. It's exactly the same as being born gay. Wow, that's like a Hall of Fame quote. So they're gay? Yeah. Their sexuality is Asian woman. LGBTQIA, the A is for Asian. Oh! Oh, 진짜. I mean, I hope that- so that guy, there's some lore. I hope his, Japanese wife and his boyfriend and her boyfriend are doing well. I'm not even kidding. He has a Japanese wife who has a boyfriend. Oh, yeah. Yeah. His wife has a boyfriend. I think he was a passport bro, yes. And so I don't know this, but my theory is he got a green card marriage. Because I think they also had no friends. Don't know what they're up to now, though. Oh no, his wife doesn't even hang out with him. His wife, like, drops by the house. Apparently, this is from what I remember, his wife drops by the house once a week to clean. And then they'll, like, have some small talk and then she leaves. That's all I know. I don't know how true that is. They're officially married? Yeah, they're like married. So that's why I was like, that's very weird, and I feel like it was some I mean, I thought it was some kind of like green card marriage service. Cause they live in Japan. Oh yeah, did I not mention? Yeah, they live in Japan. That's why I'm saying the green card thing. They are a American man who immigrated to Japan. Who is this? This was somebody that I mistakenly made a mod because I was taking a short break on very short notice. And I was like, oh, this person chats a lot, like I'll just make them on. And then, oh my god, it was so fucking weird. Like, I didn't know any of this, and then they were also, like, really into lollies, by the way. Just figured I should let you guys know. You remember- yeah, thank you. Thank you for validating this information. No, I didn't know any of this. I had no idea. When was it? This was like a couple years ago. This was a couple years ago. Yeah, it was like a very slow burn of a lot of just sudden, strange, very weird. Only reason I discovered was he banned my editor? Wait, he did? I don't remember that. No, the person weird about my birthday was different. I don't remember the editor thing. I remember Crackergate. It was related to that. It was around the same time, yeah. No, someone made a video about the guy that was weird about the birthday thing. Things give me your toes. Yes, he was. But this was all like at least 3 years ago. A while ago. Three, 4 years? Honestly, it's a blur. I feel like I ended up exactly where I wanted to be in terms of Twitch, though. Thanks, Sophie Fufu. The mod asked me to demod it because of my C slur usage. But I mean, that's the thing, is like, I didn't even call anybody that. The only thing that I actually did was I called a bunch of Redditors no purpose flower. I did do that. And then I was like, guys, I don't, and then I said, which was a very controversial take, I was like, I don't think the C word is that bad, like, compared to the N word. And then some people lost their fucking shit. Why did he have to ask to demod? Okay, because they were like, you know, we gotta take a stand against oppression. You know, we gotta stand together. Gets out of a U-Haul truck. Thanks for the demod, kind stranger. Yeah. Thanks, Jay Seiki. I mean, the reason that I feel comfortable doing these like random side quest streams with Cyan is because I feel like I purged a lot of my creepy men demographic from at least the chat. But unfortunately you'll never fully get rid of them. That's why I feel so much more like comfortable just like doing pole dancing, doing rock climb, doing any kind of like physical activity where I will be perceived wholly. There's definitely like a lot of creepy men out there still, but I feel like for the most part, my chat and the people that type and the people that like regularly engage in active streams have gotten a lot better. And just like a lot more palatable for me. Yeah, I mean, I wish I could kill all these people, but I can't. I can't kill them all, but I wish I could, you know? Like creepy people. Yeah, I'm doing kickboxing with Cyan on Thursday. Perceiving ass, perceiving gunch. I could try Muay Thai. Cyan's, I know I reposted that story on mine. I laughed so hard. And then she called me a bitch and I was like, ha! I said, be next, be next. I mean, I can never do it. I don't, there's nothing I can do for like the YouTube demographic. I also don't really care because that's not the ones that I have to look at, because when I stream, I look at chat. But the YouTube shorts people, whatever, I don't really give a shit. There's nothing for me to do. If your existence as a woman is to exist as a woman is to perform. And if you are in any manner of an environment where you do not have total control over what you're going to see, this is what it's going to be like, especially when you come from an audience that is majority, like in the gaming department, that's mostly men. That's just life. So I just don't bother or engage or look at it. I don't care. So the only, like, I do check Instagram because it's girlies. Excuse me. Or when I come back to, yeah, I want to go back to pole dancing and I want to go back to rock climbing. Just like as fun things to do on my own. I'm not gonna stream all of it. I want to get really, really good at pole dancing, and then I can mog, you know, and then I'd be like, yo, look what I learned as I fucking pussy slam backwards flip. Mario pussy attack of it. Yeah, that's what the pole sees. And then me and Kelly elope. The fire spinning thing? What the hell? No. Yeah, I got a yoga mat. I'm gonna start stretching. I'm gonna try to do the splits. I want to get more flexible, so I can life max. Because now I have a really good reason for why I want to get stronger. Like, I have a goal to get stronger for. I mean, let me see how long. I can split. I mean, I can touch my toes. Like, I can't go any lower than that. As low as I can go. Maybe eventually I'll be able to, like, bend, and then split-wise, I can't go lower than this. But I learned how to do this! Wait. Voguing? Wait, how do you... I feel like Quinn, when he dances, or like when, I don't know what the fuck Quinn does, he's just, there's always some clip of him just standing. He... Is that... Okay! I'm sitting down. Sister, maybe we put this one down for now. Yeah, we'll pick this back up later. Wait, what is Death's drop? Oh, you just... You just die? This girl. You s- That's what I was trying to do! What she just did on the... I'm like, my joints have hypermobility. If I max out my flexibility, imagine me at my full potential. Wait, hold on, I need to watch this again. Right there! That's what I was trying to... Well, I saved funny reels. Let me see. Teach me voguing? Yeah, probably. Oh my god, he's so fluffy. This is why I don't prefer watching anime if I can read it.
I just finished.
That's
They also studied the way gay and straight people talk.
Hi, it's nice to meet you. Would you like to have a drink?
Sounds straight to me.
And it's straight.
Hi, it's nice to meet you. Do you want to go have a drink?
Gay. They also studied the way gay and straight people.
If you're seeing this video, You are now Chinese.
Tonight, na 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 na. This guy's better than me. I didn't learn how to sing this.
The longer you stay on the wrong train, the more expensive it is to get back home. And I'm not talking about trains. The longer...
Does this not look like a Sims 2 NPC? This is a Sims 2 character. And she will show it to my neighborhood housewarming party every time, and I will make sure she watches TV with me. And then I will serve her mac and cheese.
Stay...
When the Westerners say soup, they often mean something thick, mushy, that's more
I got
like porridge.
so many
If you really
Chinese.
want to drink decent soup, you have to come to China. Today I'm at the capital of soup of China. We're in Luoyang, and what we have here is the famous Luoyang beef soup. I'm going to show you how luxurious drinking soup is in China. It's got everything in it. It's got very thick, fragrant broth. It's got a history of 100 years. The locals drink it every day to start a day.
That looks good.
叫出租车，
叫出租车，
叫
出租车，
叫出租车，叫出租车，
叫出租车，
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 叫出租车，叫出租车。
叫出租车 Yes. 叫出租车
叫出租车，
叫出租车，
叫出租车 It's hard. Chinese is like one of the hardest languages, to be fair.
叫出租。
We say 好好行行行 OK 没问题没问题好好行行行 OK 好好好好好拜对对对是是是是的好 OK 好好好行拜拜拜
This is true.
Chinese people don't say bye
in your life right now?
Wait, how come they're getting cut off?
Where are you at in your life right now?
At my limits.
Where are you at?
Oh, nice purse. Oh, Oh, nice purse. Oh,
Bye, bitch. So what do you want to do? Should we smoke? Or you can't do that, Ken. Did your mom ever tell you about the Johnny lore?
No.
She didn't?
Who's Johnny?
Okay, so there was this guy named Johnny she hooked up with probably like 15 times. They were in a situationship. This is before she met your dad, of course. But wait, I have to show you my favorite music video. You're gonna love it.
I need a pink crayon.
Speaking of pink, one time your mom downed an entire bottle of Pink Whitney and got so drunk that she started running down the highway naked and she got arrested. Do you want me to sing you a lullaby to go to bed?
Yeah.
The toxic gossip train, chugging down tracks of... Bye, you guys. Bye.
I didn't work on my back, so I can do this.
Just push him. He's literally one shot. Sorry.
No.
Sorry. What happened when I'm gonna take in the PlayStation, disconnect it, and put the whole thing in your ass?
What?
What's gonna happen?
I don't
then?
know. What?
Because I have it working 45 minutes, and you like this. That's how you want to see it?
No, stop.
Disconnect right now and go to sleep. Just push.
No, where did I go?
You're really high.
My mama get high.
Oh.
All the time. My mom gets high.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
My daddy in jail too.
Oh my god.
Wait, this is so good.
Wait, so who's looking after you?
You want to see me do a backflip?
No.
I can do a backflip. Okay.
He's really high.
I have to tell you something, but don't be mad at me. He didn't text me all day, but he still viewed my story. I swear he looks better in person. He's broke, but he has potential. No, he told me his ex was crazy. He was traumatized as a kid, that's why he's like this. No, my tarot said we're compatible. Yeah, I know I bought him a car, but he still drives me around. He said he's just friends with his ex. Like, he promised me. But he's not posting me because he doesn't want all his guy friends to see. He told me he would change. He even went on his knees and cried. Oh, he just texted me. I swear I'm not blind in my love. I know what I'm doing. I have to tell you something.
Aquí lo tengo, mira. Ahí está todo, mira. Pinche mocoso, siempre dejando, mira. Mira, que ahorita le voy a encontrar el recibo que tengo aquí. No, vas a ver qué. Aquí, mira, ahí lo veo, el recibo. A ver,
What the hell is this? Why do I keep finding these in the bathroom?
No, déjalo.
It's so disgusting.
Déjalo.
No, what do you mean déjalo? My mom said that you owe me a allowance. I'm not lying. Are those my chips? This is my dog, not your dog.
Compa, ya regresé. Me viene el color, no se lo ve. Si me puede mandar otros $40, 40. Ya lo agarro. Mañana vengo, ¿ok?
You gotta leave the door open.
I just don't know what to do. This guy doesn't have insurance. I don't know.
I once knew somebody without insurance.
My refrigerator is literally leaking coolant.
Have you tried resetting it?
I just wish there was something that could make me feel better.
Breakups are statistically one of the worst things you'll ever go through.
Oh my god, are there peanuts in this? I have a peanut allergy.
P is the first letter in the Greek alphabet.
This is chat sometimes. Yeah, we've
better than what I could do. I can't even draw a stick figure. It's better than what I could do. I can't even draw a circle. That's better than what I could do. I can't even draw a straight line. So how long have you been drawing for? Probably a long time if you're that good. Can you draw like realistically? Can you draw me?
Red Dead.
You don't want nobody else.
Wait, where's the one I just sent someone? Here. Oop. Need to open this. No. Wait. Okay, here. Oh shit, sorry. Okay, here. I think I sent this to you, Hyun. Can I please do this? Oh yeah, yes. Oh my god, I need to save the ones that I'm sending people. Sorry, I keep forgetting. This is the new Reddit time. Wait, stop, okay. I think this is a trend now. There we go. That made me laugh. What is this? Wow. Wait, that's the guy in Yakuza. If you fight him, he gives a lot of money. He drops a lot of money. He got it like that, yeah. Should have ran him over. Oh god, oh, oh. I got this, oh, look at, oh, I just opened my home screen. It's Caleb with his boobies out. Oh. This.
DJ pump the beat and let's go, because this is about to get real nasty. We're gonna start off with Runway. Let's go. Let's go. I wanna pump the runway, walk, walk. I wanna pump the runway, yes. I wanna pump the runway, walk, walk. I wanna pump the runway, yes. I wanna pump the runway, walk, walk. I wanna pump the runway, yes. Tag your partner. Tag your partner. Let's get it, let's go. Get it, let's go, let's go. Get it, let's go, let's go. To get, let's go. Ow, I wanna take, ow.
House of Balenciaga. Oh my god. Oh! Mama! Yeah, that's what I want to learn how to do!
Give them both a round of applause.
I don't know if y'all felt the same.
I wish I could learn how to do that. Oh, it's called duck walking? Yeah, it's really hard. Learn?
My name is Elijah, and I'm going to teach you how to Vogue. Now I'm going to teach you how to do duck walks. Duck walks are in one level, but when you freestyle, you have to stay in that level, but do it however you feel comfortable, right? So I'm going to give you 2 ways of doing this simple duck walk, and it's honestly only your hands changing up. So you're going to go down, your hips should be forward. So you should see hips forward.
Oh.
You should be on the
okay.
tops of your toes, on the ball of your feet. And the music is always gonna be in a 4 count. So you're gonna always bounce on that 4 count. So remember, your hands are on your knees, relax, shoulders back, and you're sitting up. You're gonna bounce 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's the simple duck walk. Simple, easy, to build up the muscles in your legs. Now, once you get used to it, you're then gonna start kicking your legs, which is gonna be your left.
This is a lot of calves.
You're gonna kick, 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 kick. Now, you kick when you're going up, because that's when it's easier to release the foot. You're not gonna kick when you're down. So again, you remember when you go
I definitely
up,
have stronger thighs
with,
than I have
with whatever
calves.
leg you feel comfortable with. So we're gonna do it. 5, 6, 7, 8. Kick 1, kick 2, kick 3, kick 4. And remember, that's the simple duck walk. Now, if you wanted to do a complicated duck walk, remember, hands are gonna go to your sides. Simple, easy. Sides, like you're serving food, right? So again, I'm gonna face this way so you can see me. Remember, you're kicking when you're up, and your hands are gonna go to the side, that whichever leg is kicking out. So if I'm kicking with my left foot, I'm gonna go to my left. If I'm kicking with my right, my hands are gonna go to my right.
God.
Let's do it. 5, 6, 7, 8. You have 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, what makes it harder is when you wanna travel, because then you have to stay on the beat.
How do you like?
And that's duck walking. So now
Like
we're gonna put
that?
all the materials together with the duck walks to music.
My calves. How do you kick so like gracefully?
Right now I'm demonstrating different variations of duck walk.
My calves! My calves are killing me.
Thank you for joining us. See you next time. Check out my next video.
Okay, I'm kicking too much. Like, oh my god. Okay. Oh my god, this is crazy. How do people do this in heels? That's fucking insane. Move, I need space to vogue. Jesus, heels make it easier? Really? I'm out of breath. People put this as like a 3-second part of their routine. Get out of my vogue zone. I'm voguing. Move. Yeah, my balance is not there. I made it like 3 steps. Holy shit. When you're in your heels, you're walking on your toe. Okay. Yeah. I need cardio, huh? Dancing is cardio, that's true. Jesus.
You regret in life being a gay son instead of a third daughter. What you talking about? Oh,
My How?
you killed that.
I need to see this again.
Oh.
Wait, they like drop down? How? They drop. This is voguing is tiring. It is hard work voguing. Okay. My feet hurt. I vote! That was really hard. Yeah, but then how did he do like the... I think you have to use your momentum. Let's just... One vogue at a time. I'm out of stamina. Oh god. Voguing is hard.
What the fuck? Yo, young man, what's one thing you regret in life? Being a gay son instead of a third daughter. What you talking about? Oh.
How do they... can't vogue anymore. Voguing is really fucking difficult. Voguing is too difficult. This needs training. I need to pee. No, my ACL is fine. I'm hyper flexible. My MAGA hat. I need to train cardio so I can vogue harder. Do spinning? What the fuck is spinning? Cycling into— oh, should I get a Peloton? Where do I get the Chad filter for the face card? Do I think Northern Lion can vogue? Maybe. I think if you try, he has better cardio than me. It's called Bold Glamour on Instagram? How do you like download a filter? Oh, I feel like a fucking old man. Search for filter? Where do I find how do I find— oh, browse effects. I found it. Search. What's it called? Glamour? Bold Glamour. Wait, but it doesn't like do— how do I make it— it makes me look too like— it needs to look more yassified. Wait, I'll show you what okay, that's with me making a face. Is that— I think that's pretty good, right? Wait, I have to wait. Wait, that's a good— yeah, I'm saving this filter. That's a good filter. Okay, I saved it. Well, you have to make it with the filter. Why? Yeah, that's how it works. It works better. I have to recover stamina. I vogued too hard. No, okay, if I don't make a face, it looks like this. I look like a manhwa twink. Like, who is this? That is not me. I like this though. What's the name? It's called Bold Glamour. Yeah. Wait, I want to use it on somebody. Because I'm curious what they will look like. Because they kind of also look like a Chad. The way I just walk in, that's because I do it all the time. Like, I would just be having a conversation with someone and then randomly I'll be like, how am I so good? Cause I practice it. If someone goes like, here's your coffee. Thanks. Sips juice box. Wait, striking appearance? Is that another good one? Let me look at that one. Striking appearance. Breaking. Oh, I don't see it. It's not on Instagram. Oh, it doesn't. I don't have it. Is there like a Yassify filter? No. It's not popular enough. Oh. I thought these were, like people make these filters. Is it like they pick which one? They pick which one? Are there more yassification? I'm trying to look for yassification filter. They did a Giga wipe? Aww. Where's the Chinese filter? Like the one that makes you look like Timo Xixia Trying to find that one. I don't know if they have it. These are all too natural. TikTok? I don't know how to use TikTok. Timo Xixia Thanks, Amethyst Station. Check this dance I can do for Mr. Flirt. Is she fucking dead? What happened?
Oh yeah.
Did he say La Boo Boo? This Tame Impala is the only old-fashioned that still makes La Boo Boo the Dubai chocolate matcha Gotta move my rug back. Me on a deathbed talking nonsense I learned in my 20s. Yeah, I mean, when you have dementia, you can skip to different stages of your life, and I hope when I have dementia, I'm saying some matcha labubu shit. My piano comes on Thursday. Unless you're a porch pirate, then it does not come on Thursday. Please leave me alone. Fuck. The night is almost over, still don't know where you are. The shadows, yeah, they keep me pretty like a movie star. That's my... Ooh, that looks good. Maybe if I like... I lost my pump though. I need to get stronger. My fucking Pablo Escobar. Kevin! Twist my hand inside when I flex. What? Oh, I found out I sleep like this a lot. So when I notice that I'm sleeping like this, I straighten my wrist out so I don't get pain. Because when I'm lying in bed, I notice I'm just like... What do you mean twist my... Wait a minute, I'm dumb as shit. Wait. What do you mean? Twist? I'm twisting. Bring my pinky closer to my face. Remember when someone said, when I was eating my popsicle and I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna try this. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Why am I so scared? And I was like pretending, and then someone was like, and then they always do the hook finger, and I was like, what is the hook finger? Palm outwards. I don't get it. Make a Z? Oh wait, what is it? Oh, I thought this was how to flex. Make a fist, bend your wrist forward. And then flex. Does this help? How does this... It's 4? Oh. No, the hook rate is like this.
Back into my old ways again. Back into my old ways again. Back into my old ways again. Thought I would never go back, but just this once. A little present for holding out so long. I could not bear the thought
I got it.
2 days ago.
I can Vogue.
Don't think I would forgive myself.
I got it.
I tell myself I'm only human. I know why I said never again. Temptation feels like it never ends. I'm sliding, only noticing now and then.
Yeah, but now I have the foundation for voguing.
My old ways again. Back into my old ways again. Back into my old ways. I know what's coming. So shocking, always fucking up to something.
The last that band has I know! That's what I said. I was like, I thought this guy got hacked. Isn't this just memory unlocked? Kevin? You're on first name basis with Kevin?
Back into my old ways again.
I like this one. Dun 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 dun. What is this? Oh, this is very Vogue. What if I made a reel of me just voguing all over the place? Your dog is barking on beat. I should vogue and then get Wake to follow in a line. Oh yeah, I should get everybody to vogue with me in a line. Everybody vogue in a line with me, please. Back to Minge music. I love this song. You can't vogue to this though. Well, maybe you can vogue sensually. Voguing ever so graciously. Sensual voguing. Yeah, this Diet Pepsi. Yeah, core strength. Okay, I gotta work out so many body parts so then I can vogue. It's good to have goals. Visions of voguing. Lisan Al Gaib Vogue? Say, what the fuck is that? Oh! Oh yeah, I saw this. What does losing my innocence in the back seat means? It means they're showing you how to emulate Pokemon on your phone. That's illegal. Like the dream I had. Beep beep. Yeah, you know what the secret to drawing these water highlights are? Little panties, little thongs. There you go. I mean, the only otters I don't fuck with are river otters. They're very scary. Yeah, they're fucking scary. Oh my god, the piss filter. Ew, a disgusting, creepy man. You can always tell who has like, who like would get an HR complaint. What did he even want to say? He wanted to put me in a position where I would discuss something kind of like uncomfortable and inappropriate so that they could steer the direction towards something related to sex. Because this person saw a female streamer drawing and figured it would be okay and appropriate to say something in her chat that turns the conversation sexual completely off topic. Because they want this conversation to happen because they have a pornographic accent and attitude towards how they see women. And I don't think I'm wrong in assuming that, and I do think that that's a pretty accurate analysis of someone who's typed something like that, because a normal person would not want to engage with a female streamer on a platform that they know is majority male in that manner, because you know you would make them deeply uncomfortable. So therefore, what kind of person does it leave for people that, what kind of person does it leave who would type something like that? That's right, a creepy person who's probably a pervert and goes to certain meet and greet lines so that they could touch their favorite female streamers a certain way. And these people always stick out like a sore thumb. It's okay to cry. And that's why I don't like creepy men. And then, you know, I could go even further on this dissection, is there will be other men who will be like, it's just a joke, why are you taking it so seriously? When you have that kind of it's just a joke attitude towards people that make these purposefully uncomfortable and extremely inappropriate conversations, where a woman is naturally going to be on guard towards certain creeps, what do you think that implies what kind of person you are? Because this kind of it's just a joke doesn't just stay in a vacuum. When somebody makes a rape joke, when someone makes like, she needs a nice fucking to loosen up, which is what happened to Ubisoft executives, by the way. Other frat bros would be like frat bros in that kind of frat bro like work culture environment will be like, it's just a joke, lighten up. Because they don't know how to read and accurately gauge social situations where saying something sexual like that is incredibly inappropriate. And they think that that sexual nature of it is an okay and normal thing to do. So if they think that's an okay and normal thing to do, what else are they thinking? It's a point very far past normalcy that if they're okay with that kind of environment and that kind of conversation, they're way worse. It's way worse than it looks. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to hang around people like that. There's a reason why these kinds of people tend to only congregate around other people who are also like-minded, because the people that find them distasteful, incredibly creepy, and unsavory, do not fuck with them and kind of can tell that they're like really creepy people. So what happens when these creepy people do find social rapport is it tends to be other people that they're like-minded and they're just incredibly weird. Thanks, Marua. What do you do when your boss says that? I mean, obviously, in that specific situation, if your boss says that, is you do not engage and you do not encourage it and and you're scared of being fired, which is totally normal, is you just, like, leave the room. Leave. You just leave. Immediately leave. Yeah, build a case. HR if you can. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, it's time to hopefully leave if you can. That's why creepy comments from creepy men do not just happen in a vacuum. There's something that leads up to them thinking it's okay to say something like that, and why they stick out like a sore thumb when they do type something that I'm able to just kind of clock it so easily. There's a pattern. And also why I've been labeled a misandrist by certain people. Because I don't like creepy men.
Then came the noise.
Very cuting. She's one of those feminists, and you ask them like, what kind? It's actually, it would be really easy to disarm someone who says that if they're actually going to engage and not pussy out and use like... I mean, realistically what would happen is they would just argue in circles and have like some kind of circular reasoning. But ask them to define what one of those means. And then let's see, and then just start a speedrun timer for how quickly they hurl to like start hurling insults. Time to move the goalposts. When, like, the guy who was in here when Daph murdered, yeah, and then he was like, it's fucked up because you still did it, and I was like, well, yes, because I had a not very good upbringing of a childhood. And they kind of just got stun-locked on the fact that I did it at all, and any kind of reflection or introspection or change that happened after it did not matter. And their argument was like, well, the fact that you did it at all just makes you a horrible person, and any kind of change doesn't matter, because when he started to say when he was 3 years old, he was sexually assaulted and he didn't kill a fish, therefore he's a better person. And it made me think of the, it made me think of the very, surface level philosophy quote that Parthenax says, that Skyrim gamers just love to quote. They're like, is it better to have been born good or to be born evil and to overcome it through great effort? You know, gamers love quoting that, and they're like, this is the deepest quote ever. But when it actually comes to applying it to people in like harder conversations, do they apply that? No, because they're stupid. I don't think that quote was that deep, but it's just like the parallels of gaming communities and that. Thank you, God Howard. Very cool. Oh wow, some people compare traumas and think they're better than others. Well, I think with that specific person is they came to a conclusion about me specifically and decided that they're a better person. And they're refusing to budge on that because they asserted that they have to be better than me as a person and therefore I have to be worse. If they come to accept and confront and reanalyze the situation that I'm not that person, that means that entire narrative changes. That means they are no longer the projected better person in that thinking exercise. And they can't come to terms with it. So it's easier to stick loyal to the first conclusion that they came to. Because there's no other reason why you would, like, you're presented with very logical reasoning, like, hey, I don't kill fish anymore, I don't abuse animals. I had a fucked up upbringing that made me think fucked up things as a kid, and I'm not that person, even though, like, the conversation that happened right after talks about that. But that would mean that person has to think back, oh shit, I was wrong about something. I admit I was wrong. No, it's easier to just not admit that you're wrong and then, like, stick very hard to your original thought. Because some people are very, They don't like having those kinds of thoughts, you know, where they have to be like, wait, I might be wrong. And I might be wrong because I hold on to the self-identity of being better than this streamer that I don't like is very important to me. It's very important that I perceive myself as better than the streamer that I don't like. Those fireflies? It's an ulterior, because, yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, these people are not logical to begin with about it. They're actually very emotional. And then I blasted lads and they screamed. Yeah, I mean, it's like if we're actually taking what that person is saying earnestly, but yeah, it's not normal to have that much vitriol towards somebody who has given a lot of reason and context for, like, that's actually not the case and was severely misrepresented, and the conversation that happens right after. But a lot of people kind of subscribe to this thinking, was like, oh, when that one content creator you don't like and there's a legitimate reason to hate them, but then even then the legitimate reason is, like, not that serious because of the context of it, of what came after and how it was, like, presented in a certain manner, deliberate manner. I can see why I'm incredibly infuriating for people that don't like me. They're just getting, like, out-logicked, because they love that, like, whole let's not be emotional, let's argue on logic thing, right? But they're getting out-logicked. Telling that story on the internet is a mistake in itself. You know, that's actually my third time telling that story. But I also think that if you think telling that story on the internet is a mistake itself, instead of believing that there is a certain pocket of white supremacist groups that have been targeting me since a certain Crackergate incident and deliberately misrepresenting me, and then finding that clip when it happened a week after the stream to purposely put it in a certain community where they could blow it up and construct the entire narrative around it with nobody giving up the follow-up conversation context. Do you really think that's on me for talking about that at all? Do you really want to blame me on that, or do you think there's something worse at hand here? You don't think you can change? That's not what I said, though. If what they believe is not important, then that means you have to retract your statement of saying that I never should have told that story to begin with. Isn't that contradictory? But then also the amount of people that came in here and like fixated on that, they brought up Hassan. I don't know why. Like 3 of the people that were like, you're a horrible person, you should go kill yourself, blah blah blah, something, and then Hassan. Like, and I'm like, we didn't even talk about him. How did they make that connection? Because of the group that it came from. Where everything originated from. Yeah, and then there was like a lot of like weird Hassan obsessed people like trickling in slowly. I don't think I should do this. The pit? I don't know what the pit is. Yeah, oh, if this was a full art card, I would really want this. Because it's Quag. The show about Brad? It's about Brad, what, closed fist punching his wife? Oh, it's about hospital? Brad Pitt, he beat the fuck out of Angelina Jolie. Oh yeah, and beat his kids. Watching anything on TV? No. I'll make time. Thanks, Connor Newey. I don't think I have anything else to add, honestly. Kind of looks like coral here. In a pond. Taking this hat off. No more MAGA hat. Cuting. I honestly got too lazy to put other Pokemon in here. I got too lazy. I was like, where did I put a magic card? Yeah, I'm good. Oh my god, Cobblemon! New pack? Oh my god. I'm gonna ask my boy to send me some Poke Gold. I could, oh my god, if I'm really bored, I should go buy like old ass random paintings, like random, you know, just like shitty filler paintings, and then just paint a little Pokemon in there. Suddenly the painting is so much enjoy. Na 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 na, come on. Na na na, come on. Maybe cute gifts, but no, I will not sell them though. Cute giveaway or gifts or something. Oh, 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 I'm turning back. Oh, 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 pleasure, nothing can measure. Oh, 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 the birds out of line. Oh, oh. And more. fuck I is. 10. I may be bad, but I'm perfectly good at it. This is the one I did earlier because I'm gonna paint this on the longboard. On this. Do you think I need to? Do I need to sand this? You paint it on the back. Well, I didn't want to just freehand on the board. Yeah, another side quest. Because, Mr. Flirt longboards, and then I was like, I'll paint you one. If you teach me how. I don't know if I need to, like, I got primer. So I'll probably prime and then paint. That's why it's so long. I need to sand it with what? Just like a piece of sandpaper? I got a new man. Well, I got a boy toy. Sanding before priming? What do I sand? Sand, longboard or painting? How to sand and paint a board? I have to sand it? But this is for like, if there's already a graphic on it. Your elbows? You got some dusty elbows, Yoon? Okay, I'll guess like a bunch of sandpaper then. Come on, come on. Sandpaper set. Okay, I'll get a bunch of sand. I mean, I don't know what I should get. 48 pieces of sandpaper? Is that enough? Is it the same grit? No, there's like 120, 180. They got 12 different grits. Wait, how much do you have to sand it? You can't just paint it on? But I thought acrylic was giga strong. Painting on a longboard. The primer layer would just peel off. What if you put like a varnish? Yeah, I hear that shy. I see that Shy Girl gif in my head too. Oh my god, there's so much prep. Well, if I coat it with the finishing coat, would it still peel? Wait, a grinding machine? Is there handheld sanding? Oh, yo, that shit's only $20. Wow! Oh yeah. Oh my god, I'm fucking tool maxing. I mean, I'll just sand it like outdoors. Get a respirator. I have woodworking goggles and N95 masks. Is that good enough? Should I just get like a fucking fishbowl helmet? Yeah, I will do it outside. So, okay, what if I get N95 mask, woodworking goggles, and a face shield? Do I have gloves? What kind of gloves do I need? I need a P100 mask? Oh my god. I just wanted to paint a board. What if the board won't be used? Will it still peel off? I mean, this is only because I have to sand it, right? Can I get like long board to paint on? Get a blank maple or bamboo. Oh yeah, it tells you to sand it. No, it tells you have to. Get one piece of 100 grit and sand it by hand? Really? Can I sand it by hand? If you sand it by hand, do you still need a P100 mask? You will die? Okay, so should I get an auto sander? Handheld sander. Hold your breath, sand for a bit, run away, breathe, then go back. Thank you. You must be the same guy that said how to incognito ask your wife for her ring size. It's you ask her to put her finger in your mouth like this, and then hold that shape all the way to the jewelry store. P100 script if you want to cook meth. Okay. You can hire. Well, I would prefer to just ask somebody to do that shit for me. Where do I go to find someone to sand this fucking board? How much would it be? Like $10? $20? Sanding is a Send it to Australia? Alright. Okay, hold on. Turn the music off. I need to lock in. Where to find sanding services? This is a hardwood flooring company. think that's a little. Oh, I mean, like, imagine I show up and I'm like, "Can you sand this for me?" Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna get some paper and some mask, and then we'll see how it is. Let's just get a set of sandpaper. Sanding set. We'll do it by hand. That should look pretty sanded. It's like there's a finish on this. You see that shininess that needs to come off? Yeah, it needs to not be shiny because there's a varnish on it that if the acrylic paint is on this, it'll start to peel off of that. Yeah. That I just learned. What am I doing? I'm trying to paint on the longboard and I didn't fucking know it was this complicated. Can I just tie a string on the board and then drag it on the beach? While I train cardio so then I can have more stamina for voguing? Okay, let me get a P100 mask. Oh yeah, and I need gloves. Fuck. Pull it on the sand while voguing. Oh shit. Yeah, maybe I use the P100. Then I can use. Oh my god, I'm gonna look fucking insane making rugs. What kind of gloves should I get? Just like handy gloves? Sanding glove? What the fuck is a sanding glove? Sanding glove. Wait, gloves included. Oh, work. Okay, so they're called work gloves. Work gloves. Those are the blocks I got, but I need gloves. Work gloves for men and women. Cut proof gloves. I mean, if I accidentally cut myself, I might pass out and shit myself. So it's good that I get this. So cut proof gloves. And then I need to get shit-proof pants. And then I need ankle pads and shin pads so I can vogue without hurting myself. She's sanding the board in plate armor. Yeah. If I go to a hardware store, I can't drive, which is annoying. And then I have to get a sanding suit, and then I need 8-inch stilettos. What? Okay, I don't know. Why don't I just get normal work gloves? Oh, what? Wait, these leather gloves are heavy duty. For farming, ranching, and construction. This is very heavy duty. And then I need a sanding bunker. Just to sand a 20-inch longboard. I need a bunker. Well, I'll just get some work gloves. I don't think I'll cut myself. Work gloves. Work gloves. Yeah, I'll just get some work. Yeah, I'll get some work gloves. I need a hazmat suit. Really? I don't want to get a hazmat. Can I just get one of those like anti-splash suits that they give you at the amusement park for water rides? I need a 20-ton hydraulic press. Let me see if I can get a hydraulic press from Amazon. Oh my god, you can. You can get a hydraulic press for as cheap as $100. I mean, it's not a super big one, but it's a high. You can get a hydraulic press. You can get a 20-ton hydraulic press for 160. You just draw the art and send the company to heat press it.
All right, so.
Oh. But I want to hand paint it. I want them all to be like one of one hand painted. Where do I put it afterwards? My hydraulic press? In the living room? That's here. It came pre-sanded? I mean, this one didn't. I mean, if I ever go to a skate shop, I'll ask. I'll be like, do you have no shiny, non-shiny pussy boards so I can paint on it? Yeah, bad guests go in the contraption. Okay, well, I got gloves, mask, sanding sponge, paint, comes with a couple. I got varnish, I got isolation coat. I have a tarp. And then I also got gesso. Oh, and I need to get match strips for the meth. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna sand it on stream. Off stream, yeah, I have to sand it. Okay. Is there anything else? Gloves, the sanding blocks, P100 mask because that would also work for rugging. No, I'm not cooking meth on stream. Sanding sponge is the sanding paper. The grit, it's 60, 80, 120, and 220. It's a set. Oh, and then food and water, okay. Not taking meth pre-orders. I am not taking the meth pre-order has been canceled because the manufacturer has decided that they are moving on with other projects. Oh shit, I need anti-shit pants. I love my purchase history is just like 80 by 80 non-slip rug pad for tufting, 80 by 80 large overlocking primary tufting, Roberts gallon carpet adhesive, bounty paper towel, tulle ribbon, 4 pairs pasties woman nipple covers. More 80 by 80 inch tufting cloth with marked lines, Scotch heavy duty shipping packing tape, and then Can't forget your nipple pasties. Okay, I think that's everything. Anything else? I mean, I got, yeah, I have 4 nipples. And then I have, my printer arrived. I can actually start finding music sheets to annotate. 80 by 80 inch nipple pasties? Yeah, because your mom has fucking massive nipples. You don't want your nipples to get caught in the tufting gun. This is true. Hude, watch out! Ouch! Okay, I'm gonna buy this. You had to amputate? Oh no! And then you go to the hospital, and then you wake up and you're like, where is daph? And then the doctor says, who do you think donated you your titty? Matt Rife lips. Who do you think donated your pepperonis? Okay, I have so many. I have 2 left nipples. No? Okay, so I have to sand that motherfucking board. Got my Everclear. And that motherfucking board. Okay, did I save this? Is my bush low pile? I prefer the low pile AKV. But I do also have a high pile bush gun for if I want to do like freaky stuff with the bush technique. I mean, shaving rugs really teaches you how to do a fade, so maybe I can like let my pubes grow out and then shave a sick fade and then. But okay, but I have a question: is if you shave a fade on your pubes? Hold on, my clip studio is exporting the time lapse of this drawing. I have a question. Like, let's say, like, you have a decadent bush here. Okay, you have a decadent bush here, right? Do you fade it like? Do you fade it like this, or do you fade it like this? Which way does the fade go? I need to know. You think like this way? But don't you? I feel like this way just looks more contemporary, though. You guys really think this way is better? From the sides? I mean, that's kind of cunt. That's kind of cunt. Wait a minute. Wait, she's giving martini. Onigiri pussy! Mutton chop. What if like this? Mutton chop pussy. Why doesn't anybody experiment with bush like this? I mean, I think it does. I think it definitely makes more sense this way. I think this makes more sense. But I think, but I think the other way is just like, it's kind of abstract. Yeah. Daniel did, but I made fun of him. Yeah. I like my pussy shaved, ladies. Then shave your pussy, Daniel. I mean, personally, I think the best, we should do this. Fuck, how do you, like... Fucking fire pussy. Oh yeah. And then this would be like faded, I think. Fun. Oh my god. It'd be insane. Shave the map of his house on your bush? I don't even know what the fuck that means. Like, the map of his house? Like his floor plan? Like his floor plan? Cosmetology school didn't teach you what proper pube fading protocol is, yeah. That sucks. Contemporary abstract bush. Oh, things to think about. Okay, you know what I want to watch? I want to watch more Outdoor Boys. And then we can ponder bush.